George. Why did you get in that bag? We drink a little wine, no one knows us.
He said, Sarah,
Sarah.
that's my name, don't wear it out. It's not intentional
Sarah
to
Boone
fall
needed a
asleep,
lawyer.
I swear.
Not malicious.
But he
I
said,
fell asleep.
Not malicious.
But then I fell asleep.
Sarah,
I fell asleep.
please won't you let me
Because it makes it sound like to me like I'm being accused of something that was not intentional. I'm being accused of it.
Not intentional, no
Right where it
malicious.
is.
Right
She just
down
there.
fell asleep
You
and
did
played,
him.
forgot he was in the bag of dead and stuff. Not intentional. Not
can't
an
imagine
accident at
a
all.
sister
It will all make sense when
case
she
is an
takes the
aberration.
stand. Oh, Sarah, Sarah.
Now you all think that I had even more in quote intent to do what I did, which was not intentional.
He said, Sarah, Sarah, that's my name, don't wear it out. It's not intentional to fall asleep, I swear. But he said, Sarah. But he said, Sarah. We said, Sarah, Sarah, Sarah.
Hello everybody, Excited Utterance here. My name is Hella. We are on to day 5. Is that right? Yes, day 5. The defense rests. Apparently. Or maybe not. I think yes or no. I don't know if they're going to come back again. This is crazy. From what I can tell, it looks like we're having a trial after a trial, and then there may be another trial within a trial. Who knows? Welcome everybody, and we have an MLS raid. Congratulations to David on finally getting monetized again. MLS raid, yes, with the Fire D. Living my best life. And you can't take that from me. And the D is fire. Hey, Nem, how are you? Snivels. Love you, Snivels. And MJ, how are you? Yay, so excited to catch you at the start. Well, you know what? My name's excited. So, welcome. It's good to have you. And Tina P is back. Hello. Wow, those videos were brutal. Which ones? We talk about body cams? Hit the like button. Yes, indeed. David, so happy for you. And Loa is here. Yes, I know you found me through Kat. And did Kat stream today? Hello, darling. How are you? Hey. You're muted. I could have just let you stay like that. That would have been
She
more
ended
fun.
earlier today, but yeah.
Actually, no. Now I remember when I woke up, I was in a bit of a haze, and I saw her and Nick together, talking about something. I'm sure it was probably mistrial related.
Yes.
Don't think there has been a mistrial. Am I correct in saying that? I don't think there's been a mistrial.
No mistrial yet.
Yeah. So there you go. How amazing. How many mistrials has there possibly been? But I think that there's been no plea deal taken by some of
Not
those
yet.
defendants. Yeah. Yes, indeed. Arrested and then got into a lot of fights. Good for you, half Irish. Monetized again. Well, someone needs to give me a gifted membership because I think David was on a gifted membership on my channel for a few months, so I get to coast for a little bit. Unless he wants to give me a wrench, although I don't think he trusts me with a wrench on his channel.
You are very irresponsible.
Apparently I was, yeah. I
Yeah.
wasn't professional.
Not like me.
Anyway, unlike you. Steph is here. Benjamin Gray is here. Today ended on a big bomb, did it? Oh, don't tell me. Oh, the ones Sarah treating George like a dog. Oh, okay.
Oh boy.
Are we talking about body cams? Because I've seen the body cams.
Yeah.
Okay,
They,
we'll wait and
Not
see.
no. They were. I think there were some ones that we didn't have.
Okay, beautiful waterfall is here. Roller coaster went crashing through 12 Alpha today. Okay. And Jung is here. I'm at dinner. I'll be in chat. Oh, sweet. Oh, videos from Sarah's phone. Hoist on your own petard. As the old Batman used to say. New Sarah iPhone video. Oh, dear.
Boy.
Oh, dearie me. All right, let's get into it, guys. Let's get into it, doing fast view. And I think David might be joining us soon. Oh, hang on. What we need to do first, though, is we need to put up our latest overlay. Oh, look. Yes, indeed. And we also need our banner because we are, at the moment, only 15 memberships away from the next decoration in the Boone apartment, and that will be the Boone Elisa by Bob Masavo. So, and he's given me two options. I can either put it on the left, or the right. So, but I did give you guys all the Owens with the big middle finger for free. So, the apartment's looking awesome. I gotta say, I'm gonna miss being in this apartment with this suitcase. I thought Owens was going to give the whole courtroom a bird again today.
He was passionate.
He was. That was awesome. I don't think anyone else got that. Like, I don't think did any other stream get that? Like, he had his finger up for like 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Mavka. I don't know. People are starting to say she could walk away with this.
I don't know after today.
No, we'll see. We'll see.
She had a good first half of the day.
Yeah. Oops. Oh, sorry. Wrong one.
See how it is.
Yep. You'll see how it is. Oh, Sarah. What you looking sad for?
Because her trial's almost over.
Okay, this is the beginning. What's going on?
Document is exhibit 20.
Oh, he's just
Did I
entering
miss
some
something?
No, he's just entering some documents.
Oh, okay. The courtroom's looking messy.
Very.
Look how messy the courtroom is. Come on, guys. Clean it up. Are we down to one student?
You can keep going a few seconds.
Really? Are we down to just one student? Really? Oh, Cacciatore looks pissed. Look at him. Look at that snark. Alright. Gross.
Are you intending on putting on a rebuttal case?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed, sir.
Whoa, so that was it?
Yep, defense rested.
Oh, Schnibbles, that's a shame, though. I am reserving judgment till the end. I think I'm just about the only person who has reserved judgment till the end.
We'll probably keep going. Oh, no, there we go. Ah, this lovely mess.
No jail, just hell. Yeah, the God Lord is the only one who can judge us.
Please swear or affirm that the testimony you should give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Doctor, good morning. Could you state and spell your name for the record for us?
It's Tony N-T-O-N-I-A, Warner, W-E-R-N-E-R.
Thank you. You may be seated, ma'am.
Thank you.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
Where do you work?
I'm employed at Meridian Behavioral Health Care in Gainesville, Florida.
Ah,
And what services do you render there?
I'm their chief medical
let's,
officer.
And can you tell the
Write
jury
it down.
what your educational...
Is it too loud for everybody in chat, guys? Let me know, because sometimes in StreamYard it sounds loud to us, but it's not loud for you guys. So, can I get a little bit of feedback from you? I'll play it again.
background is.
I'll turn it down a little bit.
So I graduated with an undergraduate degree at the University of South Florida in chemistry.
Turn it down,
I then attended
All right, well, I
medical
might just
school
turn the
at
booster off.
American University of the Caribbean. I
And
did
turn it back
a
up again.
residency in psychiatry at Connecticut Valley Hospital in Connecticut under the auspices of Yale University. I then came back to Florida and did a fellowship 1 year in forensic psychiatry at the University of Florida.
So pay attention to her.
And since your
This part.
educational background, what have you been doing professionally?
Yes. So I'm a licensed physician in Florida. I am board certified in general psychiatry and forensic psychiatry. I was initially employed on faculty at the University of Florida from 1998 through 2015.
am
I
gonna speed her up
retired
a bit,
there
though.
as the vice chairman of the Department of Psychiatry and the director of the Forensic Institute. I then went to work as the chief medical officer at Meridian Behavioral Health Care, which is a community mental health center.
What is psychiatry?
So psychiatry is the treatment of mental health disorders.
And what is forensic psychiatry?
Forensic psychiatry is the
that smile.
interplay of psychiatry and the law. So anywhere where psychiatry intersects with legal issues.
What is the difference, if any, between a psychiatrist and a psychologist?
So a psychiatrist has gone to medical school, where a psychologist has not.
And as a licensed physician, are you able to prescribe medication?
Yes, I am.
In the course of
Can you give me some
practicing
Xannies?
medicine as a psychiatrist, do psychiatrists prescribe medication to treat mental disorders?
Yes, we do.
And when did you begin your work as a forensic psychiatrist as opposed to working at the faculty at the University of Florida, or was that concurrent?
In 1996, in the state of Connecticut, while I was doing my training at Yale University, I testified for the first time as an expert witness in the state of Connecticut.
And over the course of your career, have you done
an
forensic psychiatric evaluations?
I have,
Approximately how many?
thousands of times.
And does this include on matters such as competence?
Yes, it does.
And does it, just explain briefly to the jury, what does that mean, legal competence?
So competence is, do they understand the legal process? Do they understand who the different players are in the courtroom, who's on their side, who's not on their side, what they're charged with, what the possible penalties are, what the possible plea options are?
And have you ever done any forensic evaluations about insanity?
I have. I've done sanity at the time of the crime, and also I've been appointed by the governor of the state of Florida to do sanity for execution.
And have you ever been involved in working as a
Ron
forensic psychiatrist
DeSantis knows
involved in
who
the
I
subject
am.
matter of battered spouse syndrome?
I have.
Okay, I got a question. So why do you need to be assessed for sanity for execution?
They kind of go above and beyond to make sure that you are sane, because they won't execute you if you're like mentally defective or for mitigating reasons.
Yeah, okay. I'm kind of being a bit facetious, I suppose, but I mean, like, it doesn't really matter, does it? I mean,
no, we
you're gonna
don't.
be dead.
Well, it's if to go through with the sentence.
Yeah, she might meet Wade, half Irish.
Yeah.
Yes, she probably has met Wade. Yeah, you have to be sane enough to die. Thanks, insanity. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. So you have to be sane enough to die. You actually do.
Yeah, they got to be
Yeah.
healthy beforehand.
Yeah, yeah. In fact, we've heard this argument a bit in other trials. Like, sorry, my client is too tarded. No offense, but they are. They're too tarded, and they therefore can't have death penalty. It's true, and you must feel sorry for them because they've had all these things go wrong with their mental health, and therefore they must have the death penalty struck. It's true. It's true. You have to be sane enough to be killed by the
Yes.
state.
Your experience in that area for the jury?
I've been asked to do evaluations by the prosecution and defense several times with regards to, and it's come up in different cases, criminal cases with regards to intimate partner violence.
And does all violent episodes within a relationship result in something that we are describing as battered spouse syndrome?
No.
And I see there is a book in front of you. What book is in front of you?
Yes, so this is the Diagnostic Statistical Manual, and this is the 5th edition text revision, which is the most current edition.
Is battered spouse syndrome in there as a diagnosis?
Right.
No, it is not.
And Where, if anywhere, does it fit into any of the categories within the DSM-5 TR?
It would come under one of the trauma categories, most specifically under most likely post-traumatic stress disorder.
Can you describe for the jury what post-traumatic stress disorder is?
So this is a disorder that's recognized under the DSM for individuals who have suffered a traumatic event.
Just safe, darling.
And then they have re-experiencing of the traumatic event. They have different symptoms besides re-experiencing, such as hyperarousal and also avoidance of triggers or symptoms, things that would trigger a response to it.
Are there any agreed upon criteria within the relevant forensic psychiatric and forensic psychological communities
You
about
can
battered
murder
spouse
away.
There are.
syndrome? And what would those be?
So it's again, having experienced a trauma, repeatedly violence within an intimate relationship, and then having symptoms secondary to that, avoidance, so tiptoeing around, trying to avoid recreating the violence.
And if a person experiences an environmental stimuli, something happens to them, another person does or says something to them, is their subjective reaction what is defined as whether there's trauma present or not?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Let me rephrase it.
You can rephrase.
Well, Emily, that
described,
expert yesterday said she did.
There's a difference between experiencing a violent relationship and whether or not that person is going to experience trauma from those behaviors they
I think it's this part, pay attention to.
Now I've lost my train of thought. Is it fair to say that an experience that a person has, whether or not that person believes it's traumatic, is a subjective experience?
Yes, each individual is different, and so each individual is going to take that experience differently.
Can hypothetically a couple be involved in a violent relationship for a number of years, even 3.5 years, and battered spouse syndrome not necessarily apply to either or both of them?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain that?
So again, each individual is different. So one individual may develop the symptoms of battered spouse syndrome, and one individual may not under the same exact circumstances, just depending on their makeup and what they've experienced in their background and their biological makeup.
And is there a cycle of violence that is sometimes used to describe battered spouse syndrome?
There is.
Can you describe that?
There is. So there's the initial, there's kind of a tension buildup section where you feel the kind of tension building up, and the individual can feel kind of the incident coming, and then there's the actual incident of violence. And then following the incident of violence, there's a honeymoon phase, what they call the honeymoon phase, and that's the third phase, where the individual who created the violence attempts to make up to the victim and recreate kind of the relationship and pull them back in. And then it starts all over again, where you feel the kind of tension start building up again to the incidents of violence.
Does abuse have to come in the form of physical or sexual violence?
No.
Can you explain your answer?
So it can also come in ways of coercion. It can come in ways of control, such as financial. So if an individual controls another individual financially, or controls their ability to drive or go out, their ability to be around their other family members or friends, kind of isolates them from other individuals, controls their ability to work, so controls their ability to make money or access the funds, so they can control them in any number of ways.
Is this kind of about like an inequitable power dynamic in the relationship?
Yes, absolutely.
Can a man be on the
Love a
receiving
woman.
end of emotional or physical or sexual trauma and potentially experience, strike that. Can a man be on the receiving end of verbal, harsh words, physical violence, or sexual violence, and end up having the syndrome of battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, it crosses all boundaries, and we see it in all types of relationships, whether it be heterosexual or homosexual relationships. We see it cross all boundaries.
And can this element of control come from controlling personal items such as identification papers?
Yes, absolutely.
Can control potentially, hypothetically, come from partner A gifting partner B an item, but still considering that item partner A's because he or she paid for it, even though it was a gift?
Like a trike.
And in this particular case, were you asked to do an evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Yes,
Do you see Ms. Boone in the courtroom today?
I do.
Can you point out where she is and what she's wearing?
She's sitting at a table there, wearing a dark suit and a pinkish top.
Just fingered Sarah.
Record will reflect.
What date did you have an evaluation of Ms. Boone?
It was early in October, I believe October 2nd.
And this was at the request of the state of Florida
Yes, it was.
and subject to a court order?
Yes.
And who was present for this evaluation?
The defense and the prosecution.
All right. Tell us about the evaluation with Ms. Boone. What do you do first?
So I met with Ms. Boone at the jail in a conference room. Again, the prosecution was there and her attorney. I met with her for approximately 2.5 hours, just under 2.5 hours. I introduced myself and explained that the interview would not be confidential, that I would be coming to court if asked to share my opinions. And she agreed to participate. I then start out with just general information, so getting to know her, date of birth, kind of background information, who her parents are, childhood. I go through her educational background, work background, her marital background. I go through health, psychiatric background, any substance use issues. I do a mental status examination.
Can I stop you there?
Yep.
Elaborate further on that.
So a mental status examination is just questions to determine kind of memory and cognition, kind of how their thought process is, how they're thinking. Are they able to kind of fluidly think through processes?
All right, go on after that.
And then I transitioned from there into walking through the incident that happened with her.
All right, what did she indicate occurred on February 23rd, 2020 to you?
All right, is it all right if I refer to my notes just to?
Just, if you need them to refresh your memory, please do so, but don't
interrupt
read
for
from
a
them.
second.
Just let us know.
Guys, you know the other expert, and I know this one has more credentials, as in that she is a medical doctor, whereas the other one is not. She's a forensic psychologist, the one from yesterday. But the one from yesterday has seen Sarah 9 times, right? Whereas this one has only seen her for a 2.5 hour consultation, right? Do you think that bears any significance with the jury? Because how can this woman make a really good assessment of Sarah and whether or not she is the abuser in 2.5 hours?
Yeah.
And clearly, like, she's hired by the state, so biased. An expert will say pretty much anything if for whoever is paying their bills.
We will get into that.
All right, cool. What will we get into the 2.5 hour thing though?
Nah, just her. You'll see.
Yeah,
It's
because
coming.
if I were the defense and I was questioning her, I would be. I'd be interested in how much time she spent and how she could possibly make a
they get into that.
diagnosis based on that. You know.
So she had a difficult time recalling what time they actually woke up that day. Initially, she said in the morning, and then she said she wasn't even sure that it was in the morning. She said that they both wanted to drink, but that she asked that they could clean the house first instead, and that they did some vacuuming and cleaning. They had a half a bottle of wine left over from the day before that they drank. She felt about 4 o'clock in the afternoon. They drank that out on the back porch. And she described that they had kind of 2 beach chairs out there and a dartboard, and that they kind of hung out there a lot on the back porch, spent time out there. They did a puzzle out there and completed that, and then did some kind of artwork. She felt like he was getting frustrated thinking about his life, that he had lost his job. And so she encouraged him to call his daughters, although she knew that that they did not like to talk to him when he was drinking. So I'm not sure why she had encouraged him to call them at that point, because they were already drinking. And she also at some point encouraged him to call his brother, because she wanted him to explain to his brother that he had pulled her down the stairs the night before, although that didn't happen. He didn't explain that to the brother, and according to her. And then at some point they went and got another bottle of wine and some cigarettes from the grocery store.
As one
And
does.
continued to drink. And then they were inside the house, and then he, I guess, tagged her at some point and said, "Tag, you're it," which indicated that they were going to play hide and seek. And she said she went upstairs and hid in the shower and waited for him to come, and he never came upstairs. Excuse me. And so she eventually came out of the shower to look for him. And as she was coming down the stairs, she said she saw him slipping into a suitcase, which was on the living room floor, that they had put out because they were going to donate it. And
Good Lord.
sorry. And so she went downstairs and indicated that she had found him, and they were kind of laughing. And she zipped the suitcase up, and they continued to laugh, she said, at that point. And they were having a good time and laughing and enjoying themselves and having a good time. And she said, and then she became angry. And she said she remembered what it felt like when he was choking her.
Good Lord, is this
And she
RFK
became angry.
Jr.?
What did she do after she became angry?
I'm going to refer to my notes at this point.
To refresh your memory, just put
Yes.
them down and then tell us what you remember.
Well, we know. She got the bat. Come on, lady. How do you
She
not
said
know? We know.
that she shook the suitcase and that she lost control of it and it flipped.
And then what happened?
Then she said that he stuck 2 fingers out and her son's baseball bat was sitting there and she picked the bat up and hit his hand.
Then what happened?
And then she went upstairs and waited for him to come upstairs.
Does the son get the bat back?
Alcohol. Can you tell us what you know about the effects as a medical doctor of ethanol or alcohol on a human body?
Yes. So it causes intoxication, as we all know, and it causes disinhibition. It works on the frontal lobe of the brain. It allows us to do things that we wouldn't normally do. It disinhibits us.
And in the course of your practice, have you ever come across a diagnosis of alcohol abuse disorder?
Yes.
And what is that?
Well, alcohol abuse is an old disorder. So we used to use alcohol dependence and alcohol abuse. It's now been combined in the DSM-5. In the DSM-5 TR, it's alcohol use disorder.
In considering what a patient or a client or somebody that you've been asked to evaluate by a government entity, do you take into account that person who's relaying the history to use a consumption of alcohol at the time of the history that they're given?
Yes.
Why is that?
Because, again, it affects their behavior and their actions.
Does alcohol have any effect on a person's memory?
It can.
What, if any, relationship is there between acute alcohol use or acute alcohol intoxication and battered spouse syndrome?
Again, it can affect your memory, it can affect your reactions, it can affect your response to different things.
Does the disinhibitory nature of alcohol strengthen, weaken, or have no effect on battered spouse syndrome?
It would depend on each individual again.
Generally speaking, it is important as an evaluator to get as much information as possible before rendering an opinion, such as diagnosing somebody with something out of the DSM-5 TR or battered spouse syndrome.
Yes.
In this particular case, did you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of this evening?
I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change.
And what was your opinion?
My opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
And specifically talking about...
Yes.
And here we go.
Oh, really?
The S show starts. So they're at the bench for a while,
Really?
and then the jury's excused.
Oh, really?
Oh yeah.
Whoa, sweet.
And yeah. Suffer witness, suffer.
I'll suffer witness.
And prosecutor.
Oh, I can't wait. Yes. I hate Mr. J so much. Even Steve from Publicly Buzzed thinks Mr. J's an idiot. Because he is.
And the witness just stays there the entire time too, which is
Figure out what we're going to do next.
That's
So I appreciate
common.
your patience. We're going to excuse you to the deliberation room at this time. Please do not conduct any independent investigation or research as to the person, places, things, or charge involved, and do not have any conversations amongst yourselves or anyone else about those things, and we'll bring you back in as promptly as possible. Thank you.
As promptly as possible. Okay, that student there, he is hot. Look at him. What a sexy man. Check him out.
he looks mentally challenged.
He does not look mentally challenged. I reckon he's
Welcome, you.
got to be about 30, right?
Mr. Owens, if you can find me that portion of the transcript
I'm
that we
I'm
were
not
addressing
like perving on a
as to
20-year-old, am I?
additional opinions
Holly.
and other depositions, and anything in Dr. Warner's deposition that you believe we need to address regarding this opinion as it relates to PTSD.
Well, Judge, it applied to every opinion. She
What's hot about
expressed.
him?
It started on page
Where do
37,
I start?
line 24. As it relates to Sarah Boone, do you have any diagnosis as it relates to her? And then 38 is when she started talking about a generalized anxiety disorder, and that she was not for sure whether Sarah Boone had a generalized anxiety disorder versus if it was just an adjustment disorder to being in jail. And then she also mentioned in that same answer that Sarah Boone had some narcissistic personality traits, and that those were my two major diagnoses. And then I questioned her further about that. She explained again on line 17 about general anxiety disorder versus the adjustment disorder, and that I hadn't had time to fully formulate that opinion out. Line 21, I need time to go through my notes and think about it and process it.
Page. We're still on page 38?
38, line 21. I need time to go through my
Shut up,
notes,
Mads.
think about it, process it. But I had the other depositions, as you were aware yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I have not had time to process on my
You're
notes.
just all jelly.
And I said on line 39, well, doctor, I'm trying not to inconvenience you. You know, we're set for trial October 7th for jury selection. Line 6, I anticipate your testimony would be until a little later. So we could discontinue the deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously I'm not going to want to take your deposition and you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. And then I asked, looks like Mr. J asked, what's your position? He said, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me. So that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there has become a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once jury is sworn and jeopardy attaches. And I say on line 23 of page 39, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnoses after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. And then she said,
What?
but if that happens, I can bring that forward, and then you can add to your deposition at that point, if my opinions change after having reviewed further. And I referred to Mr. J. Page 9 of 40, Mr. J says, I think we plow ahead. This is our time with her. Court reporter's prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the week. Something needs to be amended.
End of the weekend.
End of the weekend. If something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report. B, if we need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about to on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state would do. Then I respond on page 40, line 23. I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnosis or opinions.
Hell
Mr.
yes.
J responds on line 4. Okay. What I'm understanding her to say is right now, there has been a previous diagnosis of an adjustment disorder in some of the records, and she just needs to review her records to see if she thinks that is the best diagnosis that she would give as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. And then the witness says, you essentially flipped that, Mr. J, upside down. You got that backwards. So we go on to page 42. Line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Warner, just let the state attorney know.
Okay, but we're skipping a massive portion of 41
Okay.
that addresses specifically opinions
Let me go back.
as it relates to generalized anxiety disorder.
Okay, the witness starts on line 15. So she's saying she has the generalized anxiety disorder, and I'm saying I want to review it more. Because Sarah Boone had disclosed to the doctor that she had been previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder. And so the Dr. Werner was considering that admission, but she was saying, I want to review it more to see if I think it's more of an adjustment disorder to being a jail judge, to being in a correctional setting right now, and the stressors that she is under right now as opposed to a generalized anxiety disorder. So Mr. J says on line 22, okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if you have other topics to pose her on, then I suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, that's when I say, I agree, and Dr. Warner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot, and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know, and I will address it.
We'll address it.
And we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, Dr. Warner says absolutely. And then, do you want me to continue reading or?
If there's portions you want to highlight for me, I mean, I have the transcript, I'm following along with you.
That was the general understanding that we had about all diagnoses, all opinions that she may have. And so she starts talking about the mental status exam that she gave her, and then she page 43, line A, she said she said she has narcissistic personality disorder traits. Or I asked that question, no? That's how she answered. She goes through a little
Well,
bit
I
of
mean,
that.
Scott, so you're saying that, hang on, I'll just go back. Only problem is the expert hasn't changed her opinion at this point. No, but isn't Owen saying that the expert said she may change her opinion given more time to think about it, right? So that's what he's putting on the record, that the expert stated that she may change her mind given more time to think about it. But there wasn't more time to think about it because the court didn't allow more time. There wasn't enough time for all this. This was so rushed. So this is on the court.
No,
Right.
well, let's
What?
keep playing. We'll see.
No. Well, okay, sure. But he needs to get this on the record,
Oh, yeah.
right?
Well, no, there was a Richardson violation.
Okay, we'll keep...
And then, paraphrasing, she talks about the grandiose component or criteria that she met. And then on page 45, I asked her what other criteria, on line 1, would tend to indicate that she was a narcissist. And the answer by Dr. Warner, I didn't say that she was. I said that she has narcissistic traits. And that was the examples. That was,
Judge, excuse me for interrupting, but can we lasso this back into?
I understand that's what the depot reflects, but the non-objection which led to objection pertains to an opinion specifically about post-traumatic stress disorder. At this time, no opinion is being referenced, nor does the call of the question pertain to narcissistic personality traits or diagnosis of narcissism. The question pertains to PTSD.
all right, page 46. Line 1, question, okay. Do you feel like she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 3, answer. She didn't give any criteria with regards to that. She discussed having fear and anxiety of his family and fear that they would come into the jail or have someone else come to the jail and harm her. She talked about that. And she spoke about, having recollections, remembering abuse from George during the evaluation. Question 13, line 13 on 46. But you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder, in your opinion? Answer, line 15. No. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met the criteria. Question, line 17. Can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Answer, line 19. No. I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that. Line 21, question. Is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about after some time reflecting and reviewing your notes? Line 24, answer. I may. Number 25, question. Okay. And that's something you will let the lawyers know about if that changes? Answer. Line 2 of page 47, yes.
Okay.
That's specific to the post-traumatic stress disorder.
Okay.
So at the time of this deposition, when I asked her specifically,
So what's the legal objection? What are the legal grounds of the objection?
I would not take that deposition, Judge. When she said, I have not had time sufficiently to answer these questions, these diagnoses, these opinions, if this wasn't set for a definitive date that you had already told me it's not going to continue, I would refuse to take that deposition. But under the promises from the state,
What are
I
the
will be notified of the change.
legal grounds of your objection? I'm familiar with the background. I'm familiar with the time frame. I'm familiar with all the dates and the depots and the coordination and everything we had to do to get this all teed up before trial. What are the legal grounds of your objection? I understand the backdrop.
I mean, I don't know if there's a legal ground other than we had an agreement as attorneys, as parties, that I would be notified of a change of opinion and I would be allowed to take a second deposition. That's the only thing I know to object to, because I was not given that opportunity, which was an agreement between the parties.
Response.
Judge, I don't appreciate the implications that they're making. What I would proffer with this witness is, we spoke yesterday. I asked her if she had any change in her opinion about any of the diagnoses. She said no. And I asked, well, then my position, my understanding of her position is that it doesn't matter whether she had PTSD or not, because what Ms. Boone said at the time was that she zipped Mr. Torres up into the suitcase. They were both laughing, and once he was already secured in the suitcase, she became angry and then did all the things that she did. My expected answers from the doctor, based on a very brief conversation yesterday and this morning, was that if I asked her whether or not PTSD or BSS had anything to do with this particular case, that her answer would be, it doesn't matter because of what she stated happened. I'm not asking her about her diagnosis of PTSD. I'm not going to be going into narcissism. I'm not going to go into whether or not she ever delineated the difference between adjustment disorder or anxiety, because my understanding of what she told me was that none of this matters. None of this matters because of what she said to us during the evaluation.
But the question was, and I may have to ask Madam Court Reporter to read it back, but my memory of what the question was is, have you formulated an opinion with regard to PTSD?
And my expected answer was, it doesn't matter because of what she said during the evaluation.
Okay. Unfortunately, that was not the answer that came from the witness. The answer was
That's not
no.
the attorney's fault.
I'm not casting blame. I'm just going back over what was asked and what was said. Okay.
Yes.
Judge, and that's his position, that post-traumatic stress disorder, that doesn't apply in this case, and that he, I'm sure, reflected his opinion to the expert. But that doesn't mean that that's my opinion, that post-traumatic stress does not apply.
That's irrelevant for the purposes of this argument.
Yeah.
Their discussions and him feeling like it didn't apply.
Okay, as an officer of the court, he just told me he spoke to the expert yesterday and the opinions hadn't changed. And the opinion that was offered at the deposition was, I'm not sure. And based on what he had proffered as to what he expected the answer to be, the answer was not going to be any different. It's not applicable. It doesn't matter because of what she told me. That's unfortunately not the answer that was given. So what is it that you're asking me to do at this time, Mr. Owens?
Kick her
I'm
out.
asking, I don't know if we need to proffer the entire testimony of this witness, because opinions and diagnoses have apparently changed. I think I have a right to take a second deposition before she testifies.
What other opinions, Mr. J, if any, are going to be offered by Dr. Warner?
Max Crawford?
Yes.
All right, you've been present for all this hearing, yes, doctor?
Good
Am I
point,
misrepresenting
Max.
any of our conversations?
No.
All right.
I think though
And so,
she's so rattled.
If I asked you if battered spouse syndrome
Look
or
at her.
PTSD has any relationship to the facts of the case,
Tell
and has
him.
relayed them to you,
She's no
what
longer
would be your
smiling.
answer?
That it's not related to the incident as she reported it.
And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be?
No.
And if you reviewed any other materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening?
No.
Judge, number one, she's given a legal opinion. Number two, it's a discovery violation.
Oh, discovery
What is the legal
violation.
opinion?
That post-traumatic stress disorder doesn't apply in this case.
Dr. Harper testified it did, and that's what experts do.
I would like to have known that, and that was going to be her opinion before today.
That's not a change in testimony. That's
Where is that a change in the
So you're going to
deposition?
have to read the whole transcript. I asked.
No. This is a 87-page transcript. You're objecting. You have the burden to establish your objection.
Give me a minute. I'll read through it and find where I asked her.
I mean, this isn't the first time I've looked at this deposition. The state provided it to me when we had the hearing on whether or not battered spouse would be permitted. And the state provided specific highlights for me to look at. At no point in time did the defense say, look at this, look at this, look at this, in her deposition when we had that hearing. So other than what's being provided to me right now and what's been testified to this morning, I don't know what opinions she has. All I know in coming into today is what the basis of her opinion was, specifically with regard to any of the statements that Ms. Boone had provided, which was the whole crux of the state's motion to prevent battered spouse from coming into evidence.
Judge, if you look at page 66.
Go Owens, get him.
Let me know when you're there, Judge.
Hang on. Yes, sir.
Page 66, line 20, question. Okay, so other than the couple of hours that you intend to maybe reflect on your notes and anything else, any other work that you intend to do on this case? Answer 23, no, sir. Not that I'm aware of. Line 24, question. And you've expressed all your opinions, at least generally here today. Answer, page 67, line 1, yes, sir. Question. Then I go into these. Then on 67, line 7, question. Just double dog sure. You admit that you have no other opinions other than the
Double
ones you've
dog.
expressed here today. Line 10, answer, that I've been asked about. If I'm asked something else, that I'll offer it. Number 12, question, and you've been provided all the resources you need to rely on and express your opinions. Line 14, answer, I have based an opinion on the resources that I've been provided. If there's other things out there to be provided that may or
This
may
is
not change
Spiro
my opinion.
moment.
I believe it's a discovery violation because I should have been notified it was going to get
Oh, he's going for it.
here today. And we had an agreement that I was going to be allowed to retake the deposition and not be ambushed in the middle of the trial with a new
Oh, ambush.
What new opinions are different based on what Mr. J proffered the testimony is going to be?
I have to ask Madam Clerk to reread the question and the answer from the expert. It's been so long now.
Madam Clerk, or Madam Court, are you able to reread the portion of the proffer as to what Mr. J asked of the witness? Absolutely. Of course.
Dismissed with prejudice.
He tries.
Dismissed with prejudice. Let's go. Oh, come on. You can do a Spiro. Let's go. Let's go. What? I'm rooting for you, Owens. Come on now. Dolly! What a man! One sub! 2 subs!
You can probably start fast forwarding or skipping ahead.
Court can
Can
step off
I?
for a moment
Nothing's
while
gonna happen.
Madam Court Reporter is
Oh, no,
able to
no.
provide that read.
Oh yeah. They got the right.
He's like... Oh, the seal with one cloud! And the weirdo thing hanging down.
Hey, Steven.
Hey, Steve! The next step is an alleged discovery violation is for the judge to conduct a Richardson hearing.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, we
He does.
need a Richardson hearing! Get out, Richardson! Get out, you dick! It's time for Dick and Son. How are you, Steve? Had a good day? You at work still? Hang on. I wonder if Steve would have gotten that answer to the question right last night. One of the questions in the quiz last night, Steve, was how many clouds are in the Florida seal? And I think no one got it. Just one. See? Ooh, what's happening? Ghost? No. Ghost of George? No.
Table wearing the same clothing from this morning. Madam Court Reporter, have you had the opportunity to review the transcript as to the proffer of Dr. Werner's testimony?
Yes.
Okay, you may proceed.
Getting out of your dick on being Aussie court thing. If the violation was willful or inadvertent.
J, question?
Oh, hang on, let's just see this. If the violation was willful or inadvertent to... Oh, hang on, did I miss one? Richardson versus State. Yes, so if the violation was willful or inadvertent, 2, if it was substantial or trivial, or 3, if it had a prejudicial effect on the defendant's
The
defendant's
3
trial
prongs.
preparation. Yeah, 3 prongs, yeah. Willful or inadvertent, substantial or trivial, if it had a prejudicial effect on the defendant's trial preparation. Well, it would have. Well, I mean, hang on, prejudicial effect.
Oh, judge is gonna rule on it.
Oh, yeah, okay. All right, let's see. He's gonna talk about the prongs now. Let's go. Let's prong it
For
out.
all of this hearing, yes, doctor? Answer, yes. Question? Am I misrepresenting any of our conversations? Answer, no. Question? All right, so if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case and the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer? Question? Then it's not related to the incident that she reported it. Question? Okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence, would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. Question. If you reviewed any of the materials would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
I don't think that's the very beginning before I objected.
What was asked was to read back the proffer.
I thought I was asking to go back to the very beginning when the question was asked and then her response and my objection to it.
What was specifically asked was to the proffer, because the question before the court was whether the proffered opinions are at odds with what was testified to during the course of the deposition. There's the question that was asked and the answer that was given affirmatively provided an opinion as to PTSD. I think Mr. J admits that. Mr. J has advised the court that's not what he was hoping the answer would be. That the answer was supposed to be something different, as identified in the proffer, which is why I had Madam Court Reporter read back the proffer. So the question Mr. Owens posed to you is whether the proffered opinions that Madam Court Reporter just read back to us are different than what was provided in the deposition.
Yes.
How so?
She tended to explain in the proffer some legal reason why it did not apply in her opinion. That was not discussed in any way in the deposition.
Okay. My question is specific as to opinions. Her opinions were as to battered spouse syndrome or post-traumatic stress disorder and their relationship to the case based on the defendant's responses. The answer is not related to the incident as the defendant reported. Those are the opinions, as I understand them based on the proffer, as it relates to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder.
I think I'd refer to page 46. Line 13 was the question, but you don't believe that she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder in your opinion. Line 15, the answer is no. I would have to look back through my notes to see if she fully met that criteria. Question 17, can you explain why you don't think she suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder? Line 19, the answer is no. I didn't say one way or the other. I would have to look back through my notes for that. Question number 21. Is that something that you may, in the future, give an opinion about after some time reflecting and reviewing your notes? 24, I may. 25, okay, and that's something you will let the lawyers know about if that changes. That's on page 47. Line 2, yes. That's fundamentally, substantially, materially different from what she's testified as it relates to post-traumatic stress as it applies in this case.
In the proffer?
Excuse me?
In the proffer? She's not rendering unless I misunderstood the proffer, she's not rendering an opinion on PTSD and whether or not Ms. Boone suffers from it.
Well, she led me to believe that she was trying to decide whether or not Sarah Boone suffered from post-traumatic stress. Now, in the proffer, they're claiming that post-traumatic stress does not apply. I don't know what the initial question was. We haven't had that read back. When it was first going on, when a question was asked, and I believe she rendered an opinion, not, again, like that we read back. What the initial question was, what the response was, because it did. I know I objected. I can't even remember it now. But I know I objected because I knew it was inconsistent with...
You asked to approach, and then you explained that the question was not something that was framed in the deposition. Multiple times I asked you for a legal objection. And it wasn't until right before or right after we sent the jury out that you provided some legal objection. You know, if you want Madam Court Reporter to go back and read the question that led us to where we are right now and the answer, I'm totally on board with that. I have a memory of what it was, but nothing like...
Before she does that, can I get the first question of the proffer, if BSS or PTSD has any, can you reread that? So
Let's just reread the entire proffer, just so that it's a clear soup to nuts, alpha to the omega, what the proffer was. Madam Court Reporter, if you could be so kind. Yes, ma'am.
By Mr. J, question. You've been present for all of this hearing. Yes, record. Answer, yes. Question. Am I misrepresenting any of our conversations? Answer, no. Question. All right. So if I ask you if battered spouse syndrome or PTSD has any relationship to the facts of this case as the defendant relayed them to you, what would be your answer? Answer. That it's not related to the incident as she reported it. Question. Okay. And if I ask you, therefore, if there are any prior instances of violence would that change your opinion? What would your answer be? Answer, no. And question, and if you reviewed any other materials, would that change your opinion based on what she told you about what happened that evening? Answer, no. Question, all right, that's it.
And then if you could go back to the initial.
And just look at the witness there, just staring at the ground, all felted. Suffer.
It's like, can I go now?
She just knows she screwed up. All this is because of her.
Because she said the different thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. How many times has she testified?
Thousands. Ah, if it wasn't for the body cams, it would have been a great day for Sarah.
We don't know about that yet.
Sorry.
And also, the jury's not seeing this.
Okay, as to that, the jury knows there was an objection
Yeah.
by the defense. They go
Yeah.
up, the jury sees Owens and the state arguing for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Then the jury gets sent out.
Yeah.
Then they're out for a long time.
Long time, yeah.
And then they come back in and
Yeah.
they're told the objection was sustained. So they know the issue is with the...
spoilers.
Well, okay.
Yep.
One part. Basically, they know...
My understanding is it was the question
Sorry.
and the answer right before Mr. Owens asked to approach.
Question, what was your opinion? Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
Can you read that for me one more time, please?
Yes.
Both the question and the answer.
Behind.
Question, what was your opinion? Answer, my opinion was that she did not give me enough information to diagnose her with post-traumatic stress disorder at the time that I evaluated her at the jail.
Maybe we could have the previous question as well.
Brilliant.
Question, and in this particular case, did you require any additional information to reach your conclusion about the relationship between battered spouse syndrome and the events of this evening? Answer, I based my opinion on the information that I had. Certainly, if there was more information, my opinion would be subject to change. Question, what was your opinion?
Mr. Owens?
Number one, that question and answer, she gave a differing opinion than what she gave in her deposition, which, subject to the agreement we had, I should have noticed. Number two, with the proffer, it seems that she's going to find that post-traumatic stress disorder did not apply to the facts as related by Sarah Bennett. And that is an opinion that I needed to know about. And I asked throughout this deposition and at the very end, so General, if you have any new opinions, or anything new that differs from what you said here today, please notify the lawyers or words to that effect. So it's an evidentiary issue. I've got a right to be prepared for the trial, through discovery, to know what the witnesses are going to opine. And this is a discovery violation based on two things. One, her initial answer to the question that I objected to, and then two, the proffer is a new opinion. It's a discovery violation. I ask that the witness be stricken.
Any response?
Judge, I think it's clear from my original question that the intent that I stated was the intent of my question, to get the answer that I intended to get, was what the question was intended to elicit from the witness. As far as the discovery violations and continued attacks, I'm not convinced he understands what the answer means or what it's going to be. The answer isn't going to be, Ms. Boone didn't have PTSD, hence, therefore, battered spouse syndrome doesn't apply in this case. What I believe she's going to say, and what I believe I've been saying she's going to say, based on our conversations, was irrespective of whether anybody believes Ms. Boone had BSS or PTSD, it is irrelevant because of what Ms. Boone told her happened at the time of the event. That is not a discovery violation. She was specific in saying, if you have any questions you want to ask me, I'll give you an opinion. That is exactly what she said on page 67 of the deposition in response to a question that starts at line 7. Question, just double dog sure, you admit that you have no other opinions other than the ones you've expressed here today. Answer, that I've been asked about. If I'm asked about something else, then I'll offer it. They didn't ask about the interplay of the facts with the relevance of the syndrome. That's them, not the state.
Any other argument?
The totality, if you read that deposition and all the...
I specifically asked you, Mr. Owens, to point out for me what, excuse me, I specifically asked for you to point out specific portions of the deposition that are at odds with either A, the opinion that was previously given, or B, what was proffered to. You have provided me pages 45, 46 of the deposition relating to
Right.
specific opinions on whether or not Ms. Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. Are there any other portions of the depo that you would like to point out for me? I am not going to read an 87-page deposition and continue to waste our jurors' time as we try to find a solution for the situation that is now before us.
Please.
If there are specific portions of this deposition that are at odds with the opinions that have been proffered and or provided so far, I would ask you to direct my attention to them,
Well, the ones that I expressed...
other than what you've already identified.
The ones that I expressed, and that just...
Grumpy.
The understanding that we had, that she, in the pages that I have talked about previously here today, in the pages that I referred to about our agreement, that she was going to let me know if there were any opinions that she had, in addition to the opinions that she gave in the transcript.
All right, thank you. All right. Any other argument, Mr. J? Okay, thank you very much. All right, the court has had the opportunity to listen to the proffer as read back by Madam Court Reporter, the read back of the opinion that was previously offered. The portions of the deposition which have been highlighted by the defense specifically pertain to opinions by the defendant as to whether or not the defendant suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder. That opinion is not being offered. The opinion pertains to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and or PTSD as it relates to the facts of the case as the defendant has relayed them to you, and that they are not related. However, the deposition is identified by the defense identifies that if there were any additional opinions, that there would be notification. So the court at this point in time, as there has been an alleged discovery violation in accordance with binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal, which is binding on this trial court in Young v. State, 369, Southern 3rd, 1243, at pinpoint 1248, the court is now going to conduct a discovery violation or discovery Richardson hearing. State any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. Any other arguments with regard to the elements of a Richardson hearing, Mr. Owens?
No, other than I understood she did give an opinion about post-traumatic stress in that initial series of questions.
Okay. All right, the court, again, reviewing the proffer and the opinion, finds that the state's violation was inadvertent based on the proffer by the state, which was agreed to by Dr. Werner as to the conversation they had last night, as to the opinions and whether or not that they had changed. However, I do find that that violation is substantial with regard to the opinions based on the testimony in Dr. Werner's deposition that any other additional opinions would be notified to the defense. As it relates to the third category, the effect on the defendant to properly prepare for trial. Although the questions in the deposition as highlighted by the defense so far are do not address the opinions being currently offered, I do find that it had some impact on the ability for the defendant to properly prepare for trial. As it relates to the opinion that was previously provided as read back, specifically my opinion was that she did not give enough information to diagnose her with PTSD at the time of the evaluation at the jail. What is your position, if any, with regard to that opinion now that the jury has heard it? Mr. Owens. Because my question is, do you want it struck?
On that issue, we'll address it on cross-examination.
So you do not want it to be struck, and you do not want a curative instruction?
Well, I'm going to question her about post-traumatic stress, so it's going to come out through my cross from the deposition about what she said, and it's inconsistent with what she said here today, so I'm going to want to rely on that question or that answer.
Okay, all right. Ms. Boone, have you been paying attention to the questions and answers and the readbacks of both the proffered testimony and the opinion testimony?
Yes.
And are you on board with the strategy not to seek to strike that opinion?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the proffered testimony, I'm going to permit now in open court, and I will oversee the deposition, for you, Mr. Owens, to inquire. as to those opinions.
I'm sorry.
With regard to the proffered opinions, the court will oversee a deposition now, and you may proceed.
Right now?
Yes. With regard to the proffered opinions. And I believe that will provide a cure for the discovery violation under the Richardson violation, based on your request not to strike the prior opinion. And since you're going to utilize that on cross, I find that the prejudice is limited. But with regard to the new opinions, I will give you the opportunity to depose her now, curing the prejudice at that point in time.
Wow.
You may proceed.
Dr. Warren.
Yes, sir.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi.
At some point, the state attorney notified you that you were to come today.
Correct.
Did you and the state attorney have a discussion
Yeah.
about your testimony?
Yes.
When was that discussion?
Briefly last night.
So y'all talked on the phone last night?
Yes.
Have y'all had any discussions since the phone conversation last night?
Briefly this morning.
Oh, she's
And
not
how
happy.
long was the phone conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
How long was the face-to-face conversation?
Less than 5 minutes.
Did you all discuss that your testimony would be that you did not have enough information that you gathered from Sarah Boone to form an opinion as to whether or not she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Correct, that my opinion hadn't changed.
I'm sorry?
Yes, that my opinion hadn't changed, that I didn't have enough information.
Okay.
Oh.
And did the state attorney speak to you about that it didn't matter whether you had an opinion if you didn't feel like the facts that Sarah Boone had given you as relates to the facts and issue in this case, that you didn't, if you didn't feel like post-traumatic stress even applied, then you could answer that way?
Correct, that was my opinion, correct.
But did he present that to you initially for you to form an opinion about it?
No, my opinion was that it didn't apply because of the way that she described the incident to me.
Was that your opinion back when I took your deposition?
Yes,
When did you form that opinion?
when she described the incident to me.
Why didn't you let us know that was your opinion at the time that I took your deposition?
You didn't ask me about that, sir.
Do you remember me asking you any other opinions that you may have
What a
as it relates
weasel
to
answer.
this case?
You didn't ask me specifically about that.
I understand that, but you're saying you formed that opinion
Technically.
prior to the deposition, correct?
Yes. The state attorney and I discussed that on the way out of the jail, as a matter of fact.
After the deposition?
No, sir. After the evaluation.
Okay.
On the way out of the jail.
All right, and I asked you, were there any other opinions that you may express at trial after you had discussed that with the state attorney prior to the deposition? Is that correct?
Yes.
And
What's
so you
up?
were aware that I didn't want to be ambushed at trial. I wanted to know any and all
Thanks,
opinions that you may
Factual
be expressing in the Sarah Boone case.
I didn't know what specific
take my
information you
banner.
wanted, sir. That's why you had a deposition. I answered your questions. I don't know what all information you want me to provide to you.
So because I didn't ask you specifics, you felt like you didn't have to respond specifically.
No, sir, I answered all of your questions. And as I said, I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm asked.
She looks very happy.
I don't know what questions you
Oh,
want me to.
yeah.
But you know
Super
that this
happy
was a
right
central
now.
issue in the case. Did you not? Your opinion
Yes.
is relating to a central issue in this case.
Correct?
You're aware Sarah Boone's on trial for murder.
That's
And you had this opinion when I was taking your deposition, and I was asking you specifics about any opinions that you may be expressing in the trial of Sarah Boone, and you did not disclose it.
Well, I told you that I would answer any questions that were asked of me. I have a number of opinions. I know that I don't feel that she's suffering from major depressive disorder. I didn't offer that opinion either. I have a number of opinions.
That's all the questions I have.
Oh, that was awkward as hell.
I'm just making sure he doesn't want to inquire,
This is your opportunity, Mr. Owens.
because that was more just about.
Inquire about what?
This is your opportunity to inquire. You are conducting a deposition. This is your opportunity and your only opportunity to cure any prejudice that we've identified with regard to those proffered opinions as it relates to the relationship of battered spouse syndrome and/or post-traumatic stress disorder as proffered.
The problem is now, Judge, is I've got my
tension.
expert, and we weren't aware, you know how in these type cases, the experts are allowed to listen to the testimony of the other experts and read the depositions of the other experts. Dr. Warner, were you given the opportunity to read Dr. Harper's deposition?
I was.
I mean, that's standard operating procedure in these type cases, and now I'm taking a deposition on the fly, and then I haven't had a chance to speak with my expert about those opinions and
Ha.
whether or not
Ha.
that would change her opinion.
Yep.
It just puts me in a very difficult situation, but if I'm aware
Judge is getting the shits, right? He's sitting there getting the shits with Owens because he's all like, well, you need to sort this out now. This is your chance to provide make any curative
Well,
measures that you can, like ask all your questions. And Owens is right. He's being put on the spot, but he's been put on the spot by the court since he walked in the door.
yeah.
Right? He's the one who has not been given enough time and resources to prepare for trial, and it's because of this judge and his pig-headedness. That's
Yeah.
what it comes down to.
And I
right?
think if there was more time, the prosecutor wouldn't. I don't think the prosecutor did this intentionally.
No. No.
But I think a big part of it is the rush to try the case.
It is the rush to try the case, and now the court is sitting there getting the shits with Owens because he is rightfully annoyed that he can't get his own expert to then come back and give her opinion. This should have been done a lot more thoroughly. This has been just thrown together, literally in the period of like a day. It has. These depositions were taken a week before.
Yeah.
In fact, if it weren't for the hurricane, it would have been 2 days before the trial actually started. Right? And of course, then there was a hurricane, and so nobody could speak to one another anyway. So, like, some people were unavailable. So, yeah, legit, there's this woman who did a 2.5 hour deposition, and the other expert, what's her name, Harper, who had seen Sarah Pryor, but only was able to see her again just recently. And so all of this stuff has happened so quickly, and it's all because the court just would not make any allowance whatsoever. And then people are all like, oh, well, because he walked into it, Owens walked into this knowing exactly what the deal was. Who cares? She's supposed to have a fair goddamn trial,
Yeah.
right? It drives me nuts.
Yeah,
It's just
I think
because
so, Waterfall.
he wanted to go to trial on this date, no matter what. What's that? Waterfall? I think something
More
further.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, there's still more stuff that comes out.
Of course it does, but I mean, it's how I just feel like the court is very much wanting to just put this all on Owens when he should be taking some responsibility for this.
In order to continue the deposition, I will.
That's your decision. It's not an order. I'm just saying that this is the opportunity to cure that Richardson issue. You asked previously to strike the expert. I am disinclined to do that. The case law says that is an extraordinary remedy, one which I am not going to permit.
Dr. Warren, you realize you're in a courtroom.
Yes, sir.
And we're waiting on the jury on the trial of Sarah Boone.
Yes.
Are there any other opinions that you intend to express in this trial that you have not disclosed to me in the deposition, or you have not disclosed here today under oath?
I'm happy to answer any questions that I'm asked.
Are you refusing to answer my question about any other opinions that you
Right,
intend
Brad.
to express here today as it relates to Sarah Boone, who is on trial for murder in the second degree?
Judge, I'm going to object. The catch-all vague question that Mr. Owens wants to ask this expert witness about any and all opinions she may or may not have, 99 out of 100 attorneys would come in here and say that's not how you do depositions with expert witnesses. You have to ask specific questions. Anytime you ask a question like that of an expert, the expert's always going to say, please ask me a specific question. And that's what she did then. That's what she's doing now. It's unfair and vague to ask somebody, tell me every opinion you have.
Judge,
Yes, sir.
we're in the middle of a trial. She's fixing to testify. She's had conversations with the state attorney. She knows what she's going to be asked in terms of opinions that she's going to express. That's why she's here, to help the jury understand the science that relates to the law and express opinions. I mean, for me to ask, we're playing hide the ball here? In the middle of a trial.
I disagree that there's any
Hide and
hiding of
seek?
the ball. There's been a proffer. It's been read multiple times. As
Hide
to the
the
scope of
George?
the opinions regarding to battered spouse syndrome and post-traumatic stress disorder and its relationship to the facts of the case as the defendant represented them. And the answer is they are not relatable to the incident as relayed by the defendant. That is the opinion that have been proffered.
All right, can I continue with my deposition?
Yes, sir.
Dr. Warner, do you recall expressing that you wanted more time to reflect as to whether or not Sarah Boone suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes, that I was going to review my notes to see if I had enough information in there to support or negate that.
All right. What additional information would you need for you to express an opinion that she suffered from post-traumatic stress disorder?
So she did not give me information regarding the presence of intrusive symptoms. She didn't give me information regarding persistent avoidance. She didn't give me information regarding alterations in arousal or reactivity.
Anything else?
No.
Would you agree you failed to ask her those questions?
I asked her if there was any other important information that she felt like she needed to share
Oh,
with me at
come
the end
on
of my
now.
evaluation, and she said no.
So
How
a
did she
catch-all
know?
question.
Correct.
Were there any other personality disorders? Isn't that what you do as a psychiatrist? You diagnose an opinion, express opinions about whether people suffer from personality disorders?
Correct.
Are there any other personality disorders that you have formed opinions about Sarah Boone that you intend to express?
No.
So, narcissism, you did not find.
I found narcissistic traits.
In terms of your opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
No, sir, I said narcissistic traits.
Okay. So you don't have an opinion that she suffers from narcissistic personality disorder.
Correct. She displays narcissistic traits.
You expressed an opinion that she suffers from alcohol use syndrome,
Alcohol use disorder.
alcohol use disorder.
Correct.
Is that still your opinion?
Yes, it is.
Alcohol use.
Anxiety disorder. Is it your opinion she suffers from the anxiety disorder?
No.
Do you recall in your deposition indicating that you felt like she suffered from either anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder?
That's correct.
And you've changed that opinion now?
I'm leaning towards a adjustment disorder secondary to her legal situation.
So you haven't formed an opinion as to whether or not she suffers from general anxiety disorder or adjustment disorder?
Correct.
Oh, she looks so sad.
I know.
Do you agree that she suffered from trauma as it relates to the domestic
like
violence
you are now.
history that she expressed to you from the intimate partner violence with George Torres?
Yes, as reported by her. Yes.
Do you have anything to dispute that?
No.
Like she is just dying inside.
In your opinion, does she suffer from any form of psychosis?
Like, where's that bat?
She's about to crawl into the suitcase herself to get away from
Yeah.
Owens.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from acute stress disorder?
No.
She's gonna get PTSD from this.
Yep.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from intimate partner violence?
Yes, I think that there is enough history of the volatile relationship between the two of them.
Because of that, do you believe that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
She may meet the criteria for that.
May. So it's possible?
Yes.
Is that your opinion?
Yes.
Definitively, you can't say?
There's a history of her having that, yes.
So you agree she suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I haven't made up my mind, Maddie
I
B.
believe we
Why does
covered
everyone think
anxiety
I've made my
disorder,
mind
narcissism,
up?
battered spouse syndrome, and alcohol use disorder. Are there any other opinions that you intend to express as it relates to that or any other psychological condition of Sarah Boone?
No.
That's all the questions I have.
Tell you what, I like Owens though. He is a trooper. What a
Any other
dude.
arguments
I love his style.
at this time?
No, Judge, just the one I've already done.
Okay, all right. The court has conducted its Richardson hearing and made its findings. The court, as previously identified, will not strike the expert, as that remedy is quite draconian, and I will not do so based on the
Draconian?
questions that were asked as highlighted by the defense and the opinions that were offered. The specific areas for which opinions are being offered were not inquired into, but the deposition did leave it open that I'll ask questions about any other opinions that I'm asked about or anything that I'm asked during the course of the trial, specifically page 59, 22 through 26 on 1, page 60, lines 11 through 25. So in the abundance of caution, the court has permitted that in-court deposition. Anything else, sir?
No, sir.
State, anything else?
No, sir.
All right, let's go ahead and bring back in our panel and we can,
Before we bring the jury back in, may I approach Mr. Cacciatore on a completely unrelated matter?
does it need to be on the record or? Okay, go ahead.
we would concede that Detective Copsell and Detective Lowen are not testifying against us. They've been here in court this morning.
They're still under defense subpoena.
I
We have
asked,
not,
excuse me, I asked Mr. Henderson if you guys were calling Detective Copsell again, and he said no.
and we're not, in our defense, our direct defense. Is there a possibility that based upon the information the state is going to present today, this afternoon, that we may want to receive or seek SIR rebuttal and possibly through these witnesses? They're under subpoena. And
SIR
I'm sorry, Mr.
rebuttal.
Henderson's not here. I just noticed their presence. Out of an abundance of caution, I think that we need to clarify for the record that they're here listening to.
What's your base? Well, we're off the record. There's no jury here. That's fine. You all stay where you are. What's the basis for your SIR rebuttal?
We don't know because I don't know what the state's going to place in rebuttal. But
It doesn't answer my question. What's the legal basis of a SIR rebuttal?
Come on.
As to the fairness of the proceeding that the defendant pursued.
Okay. Anything else, Mr. Cacciatore?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. The rule of sequestration is still in full force and effect. Detective
feel
Lowen
like-
and Capsule, good morning. I'm going to ask you to be excused from our
Sorry,
proceeding.
I'm just going to interrupt. The judge uses this whole, what's the legal basis for this, for that? And it sounds like very official.
Really snarky.
It's very snarky, but I think that was a perfectly fair question. We may have a SIR rebuttal, and we don't know what they're going to put forth. So, therefore, we can't tell you yet, Judge, because we don't know what they're going to put forth. I think that's completely fair.
Just say the Constitution.
The Constitution, yeah. How about the Constitution? How about the right to a fair trial? How's that? Stick that up your jacksie.
And not view them and not have any communication amongst yourselves about testimony that has been previously given or any questions that have been asked or answered, and just keep your separate ways as it relates to this case and any questions or testimony that you intend to give, may give, or have give, and to comply with any instructions that were provided to you by the state regarding the rule of sequestration. Thank you very much.
I've never heard any judge
Yeah.
use that term like this, though, Marsha. Like, I've never heard any judge sit up there and go, but what's the legal basis for that? And he only does it to the defense.
That too.
Only does it to the defense. State can ask for whatever they like, and they don't get told, what's the legal basis for that?
Anything else, Mr. Owens, we need to address?
No.
Anything else, State?
No.
All right, let's bring back in our jury. You can continue your inquiry, sir.
It's a rebuttal. A rebuttal. Young? Daddy buttle. Yeah, Brad, that's what I'm thinking, right? So, like, asking for immediate legal basis on the spot for something that is a surprise is unreasonable. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not going to, like, have the case
Like
citation.
case law or something like that.
Sometimes you know the basic ones, but this is a really weird situation, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Like, and people are like, oh, he's so great, he's so fair, he's so calm, he's so this, he's so that. He's such a bitch.
Yeah.
He can be.
He can be.
He's so good at showing himself to be this, like, lovely, kind character. Bless you.
Yeah.
You know, but then he does that kind of thing. And it's just like, that's snarky, man. Come on, like, let the defense defend. Hey, cat. Are you a what's it called fan? What's his team?
Oh, I don't know. Football.
I wonder if he's wasting the court. Is he wasting the court's time?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Yeah, this judge has to get to Cancun.
I don't know if I think he did a pretty good job fighting for Sarah just then.
State, you recognize our jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sean did as well.
I thank all. You can be seated.
Sean or
Jury, thank you again
Steve.
for your patience. We had
Steve
some
did.
issues I had to address
No,
with
Sean,
counsel outside of your
potentially
presence. And
Oh,
we're going
Sean
to
did
continue the state rebuttal
And
case this
David.
morning. Again, if you could please just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. J, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
State would move to strike the last response as non-responsive.
Oh, what a bitch. What a bitch. The state just tried to strike her response is unresponsive.
Sorry, I missed that.
Case this morning. Again, if you could please.
Jury just comes in.
Members of the jury, thank you again for your patience. We had some issues I had to address with counsel outside of your presence, and we're going to continue the state rebuttal case this morning. Again, if you could please just raise your hands to confirm that you complied with the court's instructions during the break. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. J, you may continue your inquiry, sir.
State would move to strike the last response as non-responsive.
Approach.
Witness.
After this defense did not want it struck. That is such a bitch move.
What the?
Oh, sorry, Lola.
Wow. We'll stop.
Sorry.
We'll be nice.
I try not to, but sometimes.
We'll be nice. I was too. We'll be nice. All right. Oh, wow.
Anybody has an opinion about whether Ms. Boone was suffering from PTSD or BSS, irrespective of that. Based on your evaluation of Ms. Boone and what she relayed to you about the facts of the case, does PTSD or BSS have any relation?
Pause.
Overruled.
Steve, the outcome of the Richardson hearing, basically they got the witness, they had the option of striking the last sentence. Defense did not want to do that because they wanted to use her answer in cross. And then they were able to also depose her again, a second deposition right there. So they did that. And then now the state is back asking questions.
Yeah.
And
Welcome back,
what
Steve.
particular part of
And
her
also, if you're free and you want a link, of course you may have one, but no pressure at all.
statements about the incident is that?
The whole part where she's describing the part about playing hide and seek and that they were having a good time, they were laughing, when he got in the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves, she zipped him up, they were still laughing, having a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having a feeling of she had imminent risk or imminent, there was an imminent risk of harm that she needed to protect herself.
Yes.
No one expects the Spanish Inquisition or a surprise deposition.
She needs more polyjuice potion.
Oh dear.
Oh my god.
Wow. Oh, heck, can her eyes go further back in her head?
Oh yeah, this part I think is. She just.
Oh dear.
I took a video of. Oh, she is so felted.
Belted. Oh, scratch my neck. Oh, she is pissed. Jeez.
Ooh.
Oh, wow. I've had the worst day. I just want to go home and watch the Golden Girls.
Ah, boy.
Search on the person, places, thing, or charge involved, and don't have any conversations among yourselves or anyone else with regard
They
to that.
send the
And
jury
bring it back
out
as
again.
promptly as possible. Thank you.
Bye, jury.
Oh, well. What are the odds she gets a DUI on the way home?
See you, Lola.
Y'all can be seated. Thank you. Madam Court Reporter, when you're ready.
Sean's here. Oh my god, good luck knowing, Steve.
Supposedly 1 o'clock, probably around 1 tomorrow, supposedly, but who knows?
No. We talked about this. We're not going to get to closing tomorrow.
Oh, no, that's what Scott said. Owens was
Well, how
expecting
did we get to
closing
that?
at 1 p.m. in the afternoon, but the judge was concerned about not getting through jury instructions. They're starting at 8:30 tomorrow to work on instructions.
Yeah.
So
Because what's
I don't
with
think
this Sir rebuttal thing, though?
or they
Like,
probably won't do it, but they could.
Yeah, because if that happens, we might not.
I doubt we'll get a verdict tomorrow.
Oh no. Because, I mean, like, yeah, if they only get to closing arguments, even if they only get to closing arguments by the end of, tomorrow afternoon, they'll only just get into deliberations end of the day.
Yeah.
So, I mean, unless they all just go, yep, done, I reckon we'll be looking at Monday. But Sir Rebuttal, you think Sir Rebuttal's not happening?
He
What
said it
makes
was
you think that,
unlikely.
Maddie?
He said he'd think about it overnight.
Oh, Owen said no to Sir Rebuttal today? Okay.
But
But
he
he
said
reserved his right
yeah.
to change his mind. As he should. As he should. I'm going to speed up a little bit.
You can probably skip forward a little bit.
Objections, but just have them.
No, that's good.
Jury that an imminent threat
Mr. Rollins.
that invades the province of the jury. That's a decision whether or not she had imminent risk of harm or perceived an imminent threat. It is a question for the jury. This expert can express opinions on science, on medicine, but not on the ultimate issue of fact, and explain to the jury that this defense doesn't qualify. That you should rely on me as an expert, and I'm going to make the decision for you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by telling you that under the facts expressed to me by Sarah Boone, she was not perceiving an imminent threat at the time.
Response.
It's not an objectionable opinion. It's not an opinion on the ultimate issue. It's an opinion upon the applicability of a particular set of evidence that the testimony that the defense has offered, called battered spouse syndrome, to kind of help explain a portion of the justifiable use of deadly force or non-deadly force instructions. She's not up there saying Ms. Boone was unjustified in doing what she did. She's not saying that justifiable use of force doesn't apply. What she is saying is, in her opinion, based on the facts that she relies on, given by the defendant herself just a couple of weeks ago, that this particular set of testimony and evidence that has been offered through their expert, Dr. Harper, doesn't apply. This is no different than one expert coming in and saying, well, yeah, you can know that the defendant was sane at the time, despite his mental illness, because he ran from the police, he hid, he concealed evidence, so on and so forth. And therefore, because of those facts, insanity doesn't apply. And the defense expert may come in and say, well, insanity does apply because my client, after stabbing her mother to death, called 911, was speaking unintelligibly and singing, and greeted the officers at the door with a pair of knives, and wouldn't drop the knives, and was incoherent for 12 hours after the offense. Therefore, based on those facts, the expert says, well, insanity does apply. It's not becoming a lawyer, it's not becoming the juror, it's explaining a particular type of expert testimony, and it just happens to disagree with Dr. Harper's. And Dr. Harper came in and said that BSS does apply, and that she was in constant fear, and the reason she's in constant fear is because of all the past episodes and whatnot. It's permissible testimony.
Any other argument, Mr. Owens?
That's totally wrong. He claims, the prosecutor claims, Dr. Harper came in and said BSS does apply. That's true.
Yeah.
But he just got through saying and trying to get the witness to say BSS, it's not to be regarded. Post-traumatic stress is not to be regarded. It doesn't even come into play. Post-traumatic stress disorder, battered spouse syndrome does not even come into play because at the time she was facing, according to this witness, no imminent risk of harm. Therefore, you can discount everything you hear, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, about battered spouse syndrome.
How does that have anything to do with whether or not it's an improper legal opinion under 90.703?
It is. It's the ultimate issue of fact in this case because self-defense has been alleged by the defense. And the issue for this jury is whether or not Sarah Boone had the right to defend herself with force, deadly force or non-deadly force, based on her beliefs and impressions at the time, whether they were reasonable under the jury instructions, under the special jury instructions that are going to be applied for battered spouse syndrome, under the jury instructions, under justifiable use of deadly force, whether her perceptions about the threat was imminent and whether it was appropriate or reasonable to act the way she did. This expert is trying to say that she was not facing imminent risk of harm at the time.
Thank you both for your arguments. Court is going to overrule your objection, find that it is not an ultimate issue of fact as addressed by 90.703. The court specifically relies on Dinkins versus State 976, 7 second 660 at pinpoint 661. In that case, a psychologist testifies. In the instant case, in Dinkins, the psychologist's opinions were not legal conclusions. The psychologist did not opine on the defendant's guilt or innocence. Rather, the psychologist opined only as to whether the victim was, quote, mentally defective, end quote, and capable of consent to intercourse. Although the opinions did go to ultimate issues in the case, Florida law, expressly provides that an expert witness may render such opinion, see section 90.703 Florida statutes, which provides that testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is not objectionable because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. Thus, the jury had the power to accept or reject the opinions and was not bound by such. For those reasons, your objection is overruled.
Madam Court, I'm just going to ask you to read the question and answer, and I have no further questions of the witness.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry?
He's going to have Madam Court Reporter read back the question and the answer, and then he is going to have no other questions for this witness.
I object.
Basis.
It was asked and answered.
Overruled. There's a pending objection. I'm allowed the state to re-ask it so it's clear based on that objection.
Judge, it's 11:30. I'm going to be at least an hour for mine.
We're going to begin your cross-examination after we're done with after the state advises the jury in open court that there are no more questions. Let's go ahead and bring back in our panel.
Cutie. See, you guys have got Shelby, I got that dude. Oh, there's Shelby. Maybe Shelby and that dude will get married. Make beautiful children. Okay, are they going for lunch?
Again, if you could raise those hands. Juror number 2, back right, he gets it. All right, thank you all very much. Record reflect all hands have been raised. State, you may proceed.
Oh no.
Read back the question and answer.
Madam Court Reporter.
Now what's happening?
Question by Mr. J. All right. Irrespective of whether anybody has any opinion about whether Ms. Boone was suffering from PTSD or ESS, irrespective of that based on your evaluation of Ms. Boone, what she relayed to you about the facts of this case, does PTSD and ESS have any relation?
Cool, Steve.
Mr. Owens' objection asked and answered. The court overruled. The witness, no. Question, in what particular part of those statements about the incident is that? Answer, the whole part where she's describing the part about playing hide and seek. They were having a good time. They were laughing. When he got in the suitcase, when she found him, they were enjoying themselves. She zipped him. They were still laughing, having had a good time. All of that isn't consistent with her having a feeling of she had imminent risk or imminent risk of harm.
No further questions.
Any cross-examination?
Yeah.
You may proceed, sir.
Dr. Warren, good morning.
Here we go. Before we start, I just wanted to say, just in answer to Steve's question, because it's a really good question, regarding the attorneys. I'm not going to say much about the state attorneys. I think Cacciatori's better than Mr. J, but they've been put under a lot of pressure at the last minute, not knowing that there was going to be new attorneys come in and a different defense put on, so can't really judge them. Mr. J is very snarky though, and that I don't think that is going to go down very well with the jury. I want to say though, just about Mr. Owens and what he's done and come in at the last minute and saved Sarah really from an absolute definite train wreck. He's just really done himself proud. I think he will, regardless of the outcome of this, I think he will increase his credibility in the community. People will see what he's done in action here and go, wow, that's a very good attorney. I didn't know about him. His profile will increase as a result, and so it should. He's really flexed his muscle in this courtroom. He's made some excellent arguments. I just think that he's done incredibly well. As for his counterparts, not so much. So Henderson and Beck, they just don't seem to have their heart in it. They might be good, but they don't seem to have their heart in it. They seem to just kind of be on board with him, but not really there. But yeah, I'd love to see what everyone else in chat has to say, and we'll just keep going.
What all did you consider collaterally as it relates to your opinions you're expressing here today?
I had a number of documents that I reviewed. I'll look at a list. I had the Orange County Sheriff's Office investigation report. I had
yeah.
a transcript of a 2-hour interview of the defendant. I had a
That's the 2-hour interrogation with Detective Lowen and Detective Copsey?
it was an interview, yes.
Excuse me?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
It was labeled an interview. Then I had a transcript of a second interview the next day of Ms. Boone. I had medical records from Aspire Health and Advent Health, and then I had some cell phone records. And I also received the deposition of your expert.
The deposition of Dr. Julie Harper?
Yes.
Okay. And did you listen to Dr. Julie Harper's testimony in this trial of Sarah Boone?
No.
Do you agree you have a right to do that?
Yes.
And did you listen to Sarah Boone's testimony in the trial of this case?
No.
Do you agree you have a right to do that?
Yes.
And you elected not to listen to her testimony before expressing opinions here today?
Overruled.
I did not have time to do that.
You did not have time to do that?
Correct.
She's on trial for murder.
Yes.
Sustained.
You said you considered some text messages from Sarah Boone's phone.
I reviewed them, correct.
Would it be fair to say that of those text messages, they're not necessarily overly relevant?
Yes.
Prosecution, Cacciatore is good, Mr. J, not so much. Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, Brad. I think Cacciatore is by far the stronger of the two. He has more experience with this case than Mr. J. He's been on it for longer. But yeah, Mr. J, the problem with him is he lets his hatred for Sarah really show. Like it's palpable. Like you can tell just how much he hates her. And if you're brand new to this, if you don't know the background to this and you're just coming in fresh and then you've seen her testify to all of this abuse and seen all these photos of her just like with these bruises and stuff, and then you see him question her in such a mean manner, I think it goes down that well.
You just expressed about the inapplicability of BSS or PTSD to the facts of this case.
No.
Okay.
Did it apply to your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
No.
Are that information, when you express opinions in court about a patient or about an individual, you rely on your personal assessment as well as the documents and evidence that you're provided and asked to review, are you not?
Correct.
And in this case, your testimony is that you reviewed all that information before you interviewed Sarah Boone for 2.5 hours on October the 2nd of 2024, 22 days ago.
Correct.
So you had the information,
Yes.
the documents, you read the documents,
Yes.
you read all the text messages,
Correct.
Love you,
and
Steve. Thank
you were
you.
going to express some opinions here today, are you not?
Correct.
You're going to express some opinions about narcissism, whether or not she had...
Yes.
Narcissism. Thank you, Steve, for all of your input. It's so great to have you here. For those of you who don't know, Steve is a very, very experienced Florida attorney, assistant state defender for 12 years, and also a scholar, lecturer, writer, and now he's a civil litigator. So very, very learned man, and we're very lucky to have him in chat, often on our channel, and contributing to our community. So thank you, Steve, for being here. Much appreciated. I'm going to flex my mental health knowledge, so professional knowledge. When it comes to diagnosis, a psychologist is the best because they do standardized testing along with clinical interview. Thank you, Young. And I love it when you flex your knowledge, Young. Thank you. All right, let's keep going. Scroll, 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 scroll. Oh, she's not happy. She was such a pleasant lady when she came in. Oh, look, Sarah's smiling. I wonder what they're talking about. You look so battered today. Yes, I know. I'm looking particularly battered. Ah, you're muted, darling. Yeah.
So you missed my Sarah Boone's already won impression.
Oh, yes. Do it again.
No.
It's just a lunch break.
Ma'am, is it fair to say,
No.
in your evaluation of Sarah Boone on October the 2nd of 2024, that you felt like the text messages that you received from the state attorney
Objection, counsel.
Overruled.
are not relevant to your evaluation of Sarah Boone?
Withdraw.
I wasn't sure at the time who actually, I wasn't sure whose phone number it was. In all honesty, we discussed that in the deposition, and I wasn't sure, I have no proof of who actually sent the text, who actually had possession of the phone and put the text, any of the text in.
Well, I was there for the deposition, was I not? Or I appeared by Zoom, did I not?
No, so you were present in person.
Okay, I'm trying to think.
Oh, deposition.
The deposition.
By Zoom, yes.
You appear by Zoom, I appear by Zoom, the state attorney appear by Zoom.
Yes.
And we discussed that these were the phone records from Sarah Boone's phone.
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, you said they're not necessarily overly relevant to your evaluation. Did you not say that?
I don't recall specifically. I'm happy to look at
Can I
it.
approach the witness?
You may.
I have it. You can just refer me to the page.
Just a moment.
Oh, she's like, no, don't come near me.
I do.
Page 14. My question is at line
Evil
3.
man.
Your answer begins at line 5.
Correct.
And you agree that any,
Information while here, please, on.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
well, I'm going on, I'm going to ask another question about the text messages, Judge.
You just said line 5. Approach.
Approach, approach, approach.
Evaluation of Sarah Boone.
Correct.
And you agree that after reviewing all those text messages, that there was nothing that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like they may have some impact on your evaluations of Sarah Boone.
Information while here.
Can she answer the question?
Have her answer the question first.
I'm not sure what you're referring to in the deposition.
Page 14, my question is at line 21, your answer is at line 25.
Correct. And I said no. As I said, it made me aware that they had a volatile relationship.
But my question to you specifically is there anything in the text messages that stuck out to you that caused you to pause and feel like that may have some impact on your evaluations?
Correct.
And you agree your answer is no?
As I said, it made me aware. That's not my complete answer.
Okay, well, let's
It
talk,
made my
first
complete
you said no.
As I said, it made me aware that they had a
Ma'am,
volatile
ma'am.
relationship. It's not my complete answer.
I know, Dr. Warner, but didn't you say no to me? That was your first sentence, was no.
It's not my complete
I
answer.
understand, I'm gonna let you answer that, but when I asked you if there was anything in the text messages that caused you to pause and would in some way affect the impact on your evaluation, your answer to me was no.
It's not my complete
I
answer.
understand, but was your answer not to me no?
Yes, but that is not my
Right?
complete
Now,
answer.
at the same time, Dr. Warner, at the same time you expressed that they had a volatile relationship.
That is not the totality of my answer either.
Okay, and I'm going to get to it.
Okay.
But part of your answer was that they had a volatile relationship,
Correct?
and this is in relation to my question about the text messages. You agree?
Yes.
After you said no, you said they had a volatile relationship, and that she text messaged calling him an idiot, a fucking idiot, for overdrafting her account.
Correct?
And in those text messages, there was some reference to domestic violence between the two.
Correct.
And that demonstrated to you that they had a violent relationship.
Correct.
And do you not agree that that evidence of a volatile relationship had an effect on you expressing your opinion here today
No, not
that Sarah
credible.
Boone suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
Judge, legal object. Immediate approach.
Dear me, this is not going well for you, lady. Oh, she's uncomfortable.
I think this is where they go to lunch.
I'm going to give you a similar
let's
instruction
break.
I've given you throughout the last couple of days. Give me a moment to pull it back up.
Yeah, okay. Wow, chat. This is not going the way the state hoped.
Yeah, this is lunch.
Dear me. Wow, they're regretting bringing her in.
Prepare to bring back in our jury at this time state.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense.
No, sir.
Yes, sir.
Oh, yeah, this part.
Oh, what's now?
And I'd like to draw your attention to a few pages.
Which transcript are we referring to, sir?
The October 4th, 2024 deposition of Dr. Tanya Werner.
Okay. Yes, sir. I have it in front of me.
May I see it?
Yes, sir.
I'm referring to page 38 at the very bottom, line 21. Answer, I need to go through my notes and think about it and process it, but I had other depositions, as you were aware yesterday, so I had to prepare for those and go through that. So I had not had time to process through all of my notes prior to this deposition today. Page 39, line 2. Well, doctor, I'm not trying to inconvenience you. You know, the judge set for October 7th for jury selection. Line 5, she answered, okay. question at 6, but I don't anticipate your testimony would be until later, you know? Maybe we could discontinue your deposition and then reset it when you've got time to review. Because obviously, I'm not going to want to take your deposition and then you have other opinions that are not going to be covered. Then at 13, Mr. J says, what is your position? And at 14, Mr. J, conducting discovery after the jury trial starts is completely unacceptable to me, so that's my position. If she needs to issue a supplemental report, or if there becomes a need for a second deposition, then we can address that. But it would be my position that we need to get this done because the state doesn't have any appellate rights once the jury is sworn in jeopardy of fashion. Line 23, Mr. Owens, well, you obviously understand my position. I'd like to finish the deposition today as well. But if she is holding out that she may have other opinions and other diagnoses after she has had more time to think, review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. The witness on line 4, page 40. But if that happens, I can bring that forward, and then you can add to your deposition at that point. If my opinions change after having reviewed further. Line 8, Mr. Owens. Mr. J? Line 9, Mr. J, I think you need to plow ahead. This is our time where the court reporter is prepared to give us a transcript by the end of the weekend, and if something needs to be amended, then she can A, issue a report, and then B, if you need to take a deposition, an abbreviated deposition on the limited subject matter she is not prepared to testify about on today, then we can do that. But the notion of halting a deposition today that is set for 3 hours and then doing a 3-hour deposition during trial, especially after jeopardy is attached, is not what the state will do. Line 23, page 40, Mr. Owens. I'm not suggesting that, Mr. J. I'm suggesting that we just said at the very beginning. I'm suggesting what you just said at the very beginning, which is let's finish. But if she has some supplement, then I would want to take a brief second deposition as it relates to any new diagnoses or opinions. Then Mr. J goes, I think he gets confused about an issue relating to a diagnosis of an adjustment disorder or anxiety disorder. So we get down to the bottom of page 41, line 22, Mr. J. Okay, so on this topic, if something new comes up, then we can address it. But if we have other topics to depose her on, then I would suggest we go on. And then page 42, line 1, Mr. Owens, I agree. And Dr. Werner, just let the state attorney know. I know that you may be, we are on short time. If you do review your notes over the weekend or whatnot and formulate any other opinions, just let the state attorney know and we'll address it. Line 7, the witness, absolutely. That was our understanding. I've been ambushed by a new opinion that I was not made aware of by any kind of report. I was not notified by Dr. Werner. I was not notified by the state attorney, William J. I first heard about the opinion when she testified to it, and I objected to it, relating to imminent threat, the ultimate issue of fact. I moved for total dismissal for prosecutorial misconduct.
Denied. And here's the other reason it's denied. Page 38 of the deposition, specifically, that you made reference to, starts at page 21, line 21. The question preceding that is important. Question 14. So, from my understanding, when you just said was, yeah, I agree with general anxiety disorder that she had been diagnosed with. Answer, no. I said it would be generalized anxiety disorder versus adjustment
Denied,
disorder.
like my
and that
wife
I hadn't
did me
had time to
last
fully formulate
night.
that opinion out. This entire conversation pertains to those two issues. Anxiety disorder and adjustment disorder. Has nothing to do with PTSD, nothing to do with battered spouse.
But Judge, we go on, and I see what she's doing. That she's saying, hey, I got jammed up, I had a deposition yesterday, I didn't really have time between the evaluation and the deposition 2 days later, we had a deposition in between to really think about it, really review my notes. So as a catch-all, I said on page 40, if you have other opinions or other diagnoses after she has more time to think and review the paperwork, then obviously that creates an issue. So yes, that was initially what she was talking about specifically, but I realized what she was saying was she was going to have to reflect on a lot of these opinions. So
That's respectfully, sir, that's not what it says. That's specifically in line with the anxiety disorder versus adjustment disorder. That was the entire topic that was being conversed with. Now, later in the deposition, there are references, as I believe that I identified previously. Give me a moment. On page 59, line 22, question is asked, okay, and do you intend on expressing any other opinions other than what we've spoken about here today? Line 25, no. I will answer whatever questions I'm, moving to page 60, line 1, asked. Page 60, line 11. Well, let me just start with 2 because it gives it more context. Question, well, I'm asking now. I mean, you're the expert. I'm not. You're the one that's evaluated her. You're the one that's given her the test. I don't know the field like you do. You know the field. I understand you've said, hey, I want to think some more about, hey, I want to think about this some more. I want to review my notes some more to see if, but in terms of right now, without any further reflection, without any further answer, yes, sir, question, reading of the notes, Any other opinions that you think you could express in any form or fashion with all this experience, almost 1,000 jury trial or 1,000 trials you've testified as an expert? Anything else that comes to mind that may be an opinion that you might express in Sarah Boone's case? Answer. Anything else that I'm asked with regard to her diagnosis come into play with regard to her case, I guess? Question. What other opinions do you believe you're qualified to express as it relates to Sarah Boone and the facts and circumstances relating to this case? Anything with regard to her diagnosis, I guess. 61. Of those 4 things we mentioned, line 2, correct.
And Judge, the 4 things we mentioned were related to the anxiety disorder, the narcissism, the battered spouse, the alcohol use disorder, pages 58 and 59. But the overall thrust of that was any other opinions that were expressed. That was in good faith what we were doing. I would have, like I said before, I would have never taken her deposition. Once she said I hadn't finished my analysis and I may need additional information, just like he said the other day, Dr. Harper, if you get those additional medical records, Mr. Owens, about George Torres and give them to Dr. Harper, then I'm going to want to take her deposition again. The same rules apply. Why would I take her deposition when she hasn't finished?
Because the court ordered you to take her deposition because there were concerns about being able to have all of this done prior to trial. And you had concerns about what she was going to testify to. And the court set a scheduling order as to when, how, where, and the deadlines for those depositions to be conducted.
That prosecutor should have let me know. If he was going to ambush me at trial, I should have known beforehand about a new opinion that Dr. Warner was going to express, especially related to battered spouse, post-traumatic stress, and
He
whether or not
should have
it was
let
a
me
threat at the
know.
time of this event.
And the court's addressed that.
If he was
Court
gonna
did
ambush
exactly
me.
what was required by binding precedent by the 6th District Court of Appeal and held a Richardson hearing, analyzed the 3 factors as required by Florida law with regard to those, and gave you the opportunity as a cure. And with regard to your request to strike or dismiss the case due to prosecutorial conduct, the case law by the 3rd District Court of Appeal, filed April 10, 2024, State of Florida versus Denninghoff, D-E-N-N-I-N-G-H-O-F-F, and I can provide you a citation momentarily, states that dismissal is an extreme sanction to be used with caution and only when a lesser sanction wouldn't achieve the desired result. Specifically, dismissal of an information or indictment is an action of such magnitude that resort to such sanction should only be had when no viable alternative exists. There were multiple viable alternatives, including but not limited to my request in inquiry of whether or not you wanted that struck, and the instruction to strike that opinion, in which you demurred and said, no, I want it for cross-examination, and I gave you the opportunity twice to depose her here in open court, which I oversaw with regard to any opinion that she had, based on the proffer, or any other opinion that she would be offering today. For those reasons, the court is not going to exercise its discretion and strike due to the extreme nature of striking a criminal charge and for the adequate remedy that has been provided to you. Is there anything else, sir, we need to address?
May I supplement the record?
Yes, sir.
But this deposition did not end on page 40 or 41 or 42. Mr. Owens took a direct examination of this deponent for 68 pages, and then it was turned over to myself for cross-examination during the deposition. Beginning on page 75, I asked the deponent, what did the defendant say about the murder? What she said on page 78 was that, starting at line 13, and she said there was a suitcase and some clothes that had gotten out to donate, and they were trying to get that together. It was on the floor in the living room. And that, as she was coming down the stairs, she saw him kind of slipping into the suitcase as a hiding place. As she said, I saw him in the suitcase, and I zipped him up, and we were laughing. She said then he said he couldn't breathe, and I remembered feeling I couldn't breathe when he was choking me or sodomizing. And I was angry, and I shook the suitcase. I lost control of the suitcase, and it flipped. And she goes on and on about what happened.
Yeah.
Defense counsel was
Right,
there.
Brad.
He heard this testimony that there was no imminent danger presented at the time that she began getting angry, shaking the suitcase, hitting with a bat, so on and so forth. And he didn't ask her that question after she had specifically instructed him, if you need an opinion of mine, you've got to ask me the question. It's unfair to experts to be thrown with this catch-all provision of, please tell me any opinion about this case that you may think is relevant. Well, what the doctor may think is relevant is different than perhaps what counsel thinks is relevant. So it's really an unfair criticism of the state and probably more likely self-reflective that this deposition, this opportunity to ask about this obvious issue did not occur. So that is what I would like to supplement the record with. The deposition was substantially longer than page 41 or 42 where it's acting like it's concluding and, is there anything else? The state would just submit, I understand very well what my ethical duties are. I do not have any ethical duty to provide him an unrecorded statement that is not inconsistent with prior testimony. This doctor did not give me any unrecorded statements inconsistent with her testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Judge, I'd like to add on page 79 that Dr. Warner claims that Sarah said he put his 2 fingers out and I hit them with a bat. So there was rule of completeness. But for him to say that that's not standard operating procedure when you're taking a deposition of an expert.
Mr. Owens, I've ruled, sir. I understand. I understand your position. However, the questions that were specifically asked, which gave rise to this, specifically pertain to opinions of PTSD. I'm not going to rehash any and all of those things. The record speaks for itself. The court has ruled. Your motion for dismissal of the charges is denied. For the record, the citation that the court relied upon with regard to Denver is located at 388 Southern 3rd, 10055, located at pinpoint
Boon lover.
1057, Florida, 3rd District Court of Appeal, April 10th, 2024. With that, are we ready to bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
Okay.
Judge, I've got Earhart's Florida Evidence 2023 edition, volume 1, Charles W. Earhart.
Let me tell you how you're going to rule on this, sir. I'm going to allow you, as I set up here at sidebar, to go into the facts that she relied upon and what it is that she utilized. I'm going to allow you, sir, as I set up here at the bench before the lunch hour, to go into those opinions that she didn't offer here today. And on rebuttal, Mr. J, I'm not going to allow you to stand up and say, may I voir dire, that wasn't one of your opinions today. You can address all of that in redirect. Is that clear?
Pretty safe.
Judge, let me just review to see if, because I had several.
What you had inquired of me, Mr. Owens, up here, was that you wanted to go into these other facts, medical records, text messages, statements, and you said, if I can't do it now because he's going to object, I'm going to call her and assert rebuttal. And the problem, as the state pointed out, is that you can't use her as a conduit to admissible evidence on direct examination. And that if you want to do it, you got to do it now. And your argument was it goes to her bias, it goes to her credibility, and that you're permitted wide discretion on cross-examination. I agree with you. I agreed with you before the lunch hour. My ruling hasn't changed.
Yeah, he is wasting time now.
I'm going to absolutely allow you to go into those things.
I appreciate that, Judge. The other thing I wanted to readdress was,
I'm taking care of it, Counselor. Give me a moment.
If he's got a different point, fine. But if he's going on about something that's already been ruled, then
Yes, sir.
Judge, I'm referring to Earhart's treatise, section 9.73, opinion on the ultimate issue. I'm on page 933. Testimony in the form of an opinion or inference otherwise admissible is not objectable because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. And in that section 73.1,
yeah, he's a cranky crank.
that opinion testimony is not inadmissible solely because it includes an ultimate issue to be decided by the trier of fact. The provision is equally applicable to expert and lay witnesses. The jury has the power to accept or reject the testimony of expert or lay witnesses and is not bound by their conclusions. Merely because the witness expresses an opinion to an ultimate issue does not compel the jury to find that the facts to be true. The jury will be given the opinion. The jury will give the opinion as much weight as it feels the opinion deserves. Then it goes on. The abolition of the rule against opinions on the ultimate issues does not mean that all other opinions are admissible. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case. Witnesses will be prevented from expressing their conclusions when the opinion only tells the jury how to decide the case and does not help the jury to determine what occurred. For example, a witness cannot express his or her opinion as to the guilt or innocence of a criminal defendant. Then I'm on page 940. 703.1 still. When a witness is asked to express an opinion that applies a legal standard
Oh,
to a set
J-Rock,
of
he's
facts,
fighting his ass
the
off. Give him a
The
chance.
opinion testimony is generally inadmissible. The danger is that the witness will apply a standard or definition which is different from that defined by the applicable law. The application of erroneous legal standard results in the opinion testimony being misleading and not helpful to the jury. For example, an expert cannot opine whether a nursing home was negligent in its care of the decedent.
It's exactly what we spoke about at counsel's table.
I know, Judge, but if you go on, it says an expert may not be permitted that a truck driver drove in a grossly negligent manner, whether the sheriff's conduct was unconstitutional, whether certain waters are navigable, whether the defendant's action constituted misapplication or concealment of funds, or the legal obligations of the parties to a contract, whether the testimony of the expert is a permissible factual conclusion, or the impermissible application of a legal standard or definition to a set of facts is sometimes a fine distinction involving a large measure of discretion with a trial judge.
You can probably
For example,
skip this
The
part.
admission of
I mean,
expert testimony at certain investments, it goes on.
up to you, but it doesn't really.
However, the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused. The opinion, this is
Oh,
one important
stop
section.
it.
However, if the witness expresses an opinion about the intent of the accused, which Dr. Warner did, the opinion has not been permitted. The distinction drawn by the courts as to when this type of opinion testimony is admissible are often not clear. Section 90.73 does not permit a witness to testify to legal conclusions or express an opinion upon questions of substantive law. This expert testimony regarding substantive legal principles may not be helpful to the jury and may create confusion if an expert testifies in a manner that is different or even in conflict with the testimony of an opposing expert.
But the citations, respectfully, Counselor.
If I could finish.
Respectfully, Counselor. The citations that you're referring to are not at issue. Fluellen, Error to permit arresting officer to testify that a quantity of cocaine possessed by appellant indicated that he possessed with intent to sell, which is a specific element of the charge in that case. Gamble. Officer's expert testimony with the amount of drugs found in defendant's possession was inconsistent with personal use, and therefore intended for sale was
He
inadmissible.
perjury.
644 Southern 2nd, 1376.
How do you mean,
54 Gamble and
maybe?
Llewellyn, 703 Southern 2nd, 511. The Dinkin case that I read says this is acceptable. If a psychologist or psychiatrist can testify that someone is not mentally defective or was mentally defective, that's on all fours with, based on what the defendant had said to this expert, she was not in imminent fear. Now, I don't remember exactly what was said, but it was along those lines, based as looking all those things, the totality of the circumstances of what, in my evaluation, on or about October 2, that the defendant had said to me as the expert, it's not imminent fear. That opinion is not inadmissible per the case law under Dinkins.
Judge, can I read a little bit more?
If you're just going to be reading from the treatise, I've already read it.
Okay, well, I just want to make mention, because it's talking about, does not prevent a witness to testify about legal conclusions or express opinions.
thought
on
that was
questions
what you were
of substantive
talking
law.
about, maybe.
And I was about to finish this section. When this testimony, I'm on page 947, this testimony may also interfere with the function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury thereon. As we know, we're going to do battle over the jury instruction on justifiable use of deadly and non-deadly force. The testimony from Dr. Werner, and I wrote it down, she said based on what Sarah Boone told her, she was not facing imminent risk of harm. That invades the province and function of the trial judge to determine the applicable law and to instruct the jury otherwise, which we haven't even done yet. You haven't made findings of law about which instructions apply. That's what she did, Judge.
Your objection's been made for the record, and the court previously ruled on this matter. I appreciate the additional argument, but the court's reliance on Dinkins remains. Just because 9703 speaks for itself. So your objection is overruled as to that issue. Anything else we need to address, Mr. Owens, before we bring back in our panel?
No, sir.
State?
Nothing, thank you, Judge.
Okay, let's bring back in our panel.
Are we talking about whether or not she suborned perjury or not, David? Because I don't think he did at all. I think he has always supported her argument. I don't think he thinks she's lying at all. If he believes her to be lying, then absolutely. But I don't believe that he believes her to be lying.
You can just stay where you are, counsel. Let's wait for them to come in.
Or are we talking about the discovery violation?
State, do you recognize our jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense, do you recognize our jury? Thank you. All can be seated. Members of the jury, welcome back. Juror number 2, back row. He's already ready.
know,
I see those hands are raised. You know what's coming. Y'all comply to the court's instructions, right? Thank you. Record reflect all hands have been raised. Mr. Owens, you may continue your cross-examination, sir.
Dr. Warner, I don't want to rehash it, but just for the jury's sake, would it be fair to say that the text messages that you were forwarded by the state attorney for you to review, you did not deem to be relevant to your evaluation?
Right, they demonstrate.
Ma'am, it's a yes or no question.
Yes.
Now, from what I understand, when the state attorney sent you the information, they did not send you any videotapes.
Correct,
So you have not reviewed any videotapes in this matter.
correct.
The suitcase videotapes, either one of those you have not reviewed.
I have not seen them, correct.
Or any body cam videotapes you have not reviewed.
They're described in the police report.
My question is, have you viewed any of the body cam videotapes relating to this incident?
I have not seen them, correct.
Prior incidences between the two of them, have you reviewed any videotapes, body cam videotapes of any prior incidents?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the audio tapes related to some of the questioning of Sarah Boone?
I have not.
Have you reviewed the autopsy report?
It's described in the incident report, but I did not see the actual autopsy report.
Now, you're aware that we have called two experts, Dr. Michael Brannon and Dr. Julie Harper. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you're aware that they are forensic psychologists.
that's correct.
And
David, I don't really think that it is a discovery violation. I think it's all on the court. It's all just happened far too quickly. None of these conclusions from these experts could come to fruition properly it was not enough time for them to come to their conclusions. So it's not really discovery violation per se. Like it's the nature of the beast. It's the nature of their profession that they need more time to come up with their opinions. They just do. Like you don't just go to a psychiatrist and have them just diagnose you in 2 hours. That's just not how it works. And then a week later, for them to still have the exact same opinion and for it to be a total opinion of all the possible diagnoses there could be, and then for them to have to stick to that, I just find that to be a bit much, really. And that's on the court, because the court has set that hard and fast deadline and gone, no, we must have jury selection on this day. You must do your deposition on this day. You must see her. You must finish all your assessment of her. Done. How is that fair? How is that fair on any of the parties involved? And the defendant is the one who's entitled to a fair trial. How's that fair on her? So I see that as being unfair to her right to a fair trial, but not necessarily a discovery violation. Not a constitutional law expert, so I can't say. But
Skip Barnes on here.
Yeah, Skip Barnes on here. But yeah, it just seems like far too much to ask of these people to finish their diagnosis in this short period of time.
You are a forensic psychiatrist,
That's correct.
so they didn't go to medical school and you did,
That's correct.
and they don't understand medical issues, so to speak.
I don't have an understanding of what they understand medically.
Do you recall telling me that they don't understand medical issues, so to speak?
They haven't been to medical school, but I wouldn't understand their medical knowledge.
If you would look on page 22 of your deposition.
If the state had an opinion from the expert and did not share that with the defense, that's wrong. Yes. Yes. Okay, I'm with you on that. If the state had an opinion from the expert and did not share that with the defense, then that's wrong. Yes. Okay. See, I was under the impression that that she didn't change her opinion, that she just left it open. Isn't that true? Didn't she just say, oh, I could change my opinion, but she didn't actually change her opinion? That was what we were discussing earlier, before lunch. Like, she didn't change her actual opinion. She just said, I might change my opinion, but she didn't change her opinion. But if she did change her opinion, or had a different opinion, and the state hid that, like willfully, like one of the prongs is willfully, right, and it's prejudicial, then yeah, that's wrong. So why are we not talking about that? And she's unprepared. Well, I mean, also, again, that comes down to timing, I think.
Objections overruled.
Jay says expert change of testimony is not intentional.
On page 22, starting at line 7.
Yes.
Could you read down through line 11, your answer?
Yes, I'm talking about psychologists in general, not with regard specifically to your experts, which is what you were just asking me about.
Okay, but you would agree, your opinion is psychologists typically do therapy, but they don't prescribe medication or understand medical issues, so to speak.
Correct.
Overruled.
But I wasn't specifically talking about your experts, which you were just asking me about your experts specifically, and I said I didn't know what their specific medical.
That's what you said under oath October 4th of this year.
Sustained.
Now, is it fair to say that the majority of your work is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations?
Actually, the majority of my work is in patient care. I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit, actually treating patients.
Oh, really?
You work 7 days a week.
Yes, sir.
So, as a forensic psychiatrist doing forensic work, the majority of your work in that area is in the field of competency to proceed and guardianship evaluations.
As a forensic psychiatrist, correct. As a psychiatrist, I work 7 days a week on the crisis stabilization unit.
And where is that unit?
It's located in Lake City, Florida.
So you work there 7 days a week?
Yes, sir.
And then you also do this forensic psychiatrist work doing competencies to proceed and guardianship evaluations?
That's part of the what comes under the umbrella of my forensic work, yes.
That's the majority of your forensic work.
Yes, that's the majority, that's the most common cases that we're asked to,
And then next in line would be sanity at the time of the crime.
yes.
So you would make a determination and submit a report to the court as to whether or not a defendant, an accused, is legally sane or not at the time of the offense.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, see, that's what I thought, man. That's how I understand it too.
Is it fair to say that you also testify weekly as a treating physician through Baker Act Court?
Yes, that's correct. Every Thursday, we have Baker Act hearings with regards to our individuals who are being held in our crisis stabilization unit.
Is that in Gainesville or Lake City?
No, sir, that's in Lake City.
Now, Lake City from here is north of Gainesville?
Yes, sir, it's approximately 40 minutes north of Gainesville.
Now, I believe you said you've testified in battering spouse situations in court approximately 5 to 10 times?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you often refer to that as intimate violence cases?
Yes.
Now, my understanding that after you had a chance to evaluate my client, Sarah Boone, and I believe you evaluated her 2 days before the deposition, so it would have been October the 2nd of 2024.
Correct.
As to your diagnosis as it relates to her, do you believe that she suffers from a generalized anxiety disorder?
No, sir.
Now, you're aware that she was previously diagnosed, prior to you evaluating her, she was previously diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder.
She told me that she had previously been diagnosed. I did not see any medical records with that diagnosis in it, but she told me that she had previously been diagnosed with that.
Did you attempt to secure any other records to us? Sustained. Did you diagnose her with an adjustment disorder?
I did diagnose her with an adjustment disorder.
Do you believe that if she was diagnosed with a generalized anxiety disorder, it's really not that, it should be an adjustment disorder?
A lot of the symptoms overlap for the two diagnoses, and we see that quite often, that the different diagnosticians or physicians come up with different diagnoses based on a conglomerate of symptoms. So it's not uncommon for the two diagnoses to overlap based on the symptoms.
Do you agree back on October the 4th, 2024, when I took your deposition, that you could not make up your mind at that time whether she suffered from generalized anxiety disorder or an adjustment disorder?
I had not made a clinical decision at that time. I hadn't reviewed all of my documents at that time.
When did you make a clinical decision that she suffered from adjustment disorder as opposed to generalized anxiety disorder?
It was probably within the next week when I was reviewing all of the, going through all of the documents in her interview more thoroughly.
Dr. Warner, did you agree you did not notify me?
Judge, maybe approach.
Yes.
Oh. Ouch. You agree you did not notify me? Oh, spicy. This is so spicy. You agree you did not notify me?
Dr. Warner, you agree that when...
Dr.
I took
Horney,
your
did you
deposition
see
on
that?
October-
Do it again, do it again, do it again.
Objection sustained.
Oh, whoops. Dr. Horney, you agree that when I
Dr. Warner, you agree that when
Whoa,
I took your
this
deposition on October the 4th,
this is taking a turn.
you had questions, in all honesty, about whether or not you felt like Sarah Boone suffered from a generalized anxiety disorder versus an adjustment disorder.
Wow,
Leaning
chicka
towards
wow
adjustment disorder, secondary to
wow.
the correctional setting, and I think I said that in my deposition. I didn't know that I had enough information from her, because I only had information from her. I didn't have anything in the medical records to support generalized anxiety disorder. So I wanted to review that.
I'm just learning it now, as you testified.
Sustained.
Is this the first time you've let the parties know that this is your opinion?
That I believe that she has generalized anxiety disorder?
No.
Or that I believe that she has
Adjustment disorder.
yes.
Now, from your evaluation, you determined that she had a personality trait,
That's correct.
and you felt like that she had a grandiosity issue,
Yes, she has a narcissistic personality disorder trait.
a trait, one trait.
Correct.
Do you agree a lot of people have one trait?
Yes,
Okay. A lot of people have a grandiosity trait
that's correct.
that are not narcissists.
But I never said that she was a narcissist.
Wait on, didn't she just say she had narcissistic disorder?
Trait, one of the many traits you have to have.
She says she has some traits, but she is not a narcissist.
Some of the traits, like low self-esteem and things like that.
Okay, chat. She's not a narcissist. Spread
No, she just
the
has
word.
those traits.
Yeah, but she doesn't have the disorder, right? So now there's two experts have both said it. Two, they agree. They concur. Sarah Boone is
Needed
not
a lawyer.
Yeah, she needed a lawyer, and she does not have narcissistic whatever it is disorder. Go tell everybody, everyone you see. She has N-word traits, yes. Yes, this is, well, it's not Hella Cope, no. No. There's been two experts now. Two. Not a narcissist. She has 4 traits.
Is it
Yeah,
your
don't
opinion
we
that
all?
Sarah Boone has alcohol use disorder?
Yes, that's correct.
And are you forming that opinion based on Sarah Boone's admission to you that she was an alcoholic?
I'm going to refer to my notes. She has a history of being diagnosed with that. She also acknowledged to me that her use had been problematic.
So you formed the opinion that she suffered from alcohol use disorder based on the history that she presented to you at this evaluation?
It was based on the totality of the information that I was provided, so the medical records demonstrating that she had been diagnosed with it in the past. Her ex-husband, in his interview in the police report, described her as an alcoholic, and in her description of herself having alcohol.
Hello.
Now, do you acquire a tolerance over time if you drink on the regular?
That's one of the criteria.
Do people also have a genetic tolerance for alcohol?
They may.
Now, as
Are
it
you a
relates to
narcissist?
battered spouse syndrome, would you agree that that is a recognized syndrome in the psychiatric community?
Yes.
And you have heard no criticisms of that syndrome?
No.
And you would agree that's a subset of post-traumatic stress disorder?
Yes.
And you would agree
Sarah not happy.
that Lenore Walker first developed the theory of post-traumatic stress syndrome?
Yes.
Now, I think at the time of this deposition, you were not sure you knew Lenore Walker.
I don't recall that.
All right, look at page 54.
God, she is so pissed. She is so pissed. Look at her.
Yeah.
She was not sure. She knew Lenora Walker. No, I wasn't sure. Now you're trying to say that I don't even know the experts. You are a narcissist. I diagnose you, sir, as being an asshole. You're diagnosing Sarah with adjustment disorder post new cat? Yeah. Yeah, that'd be right. And also post his trip out to find the old cat. Yeah, post being kept inside. Borderline polar narcissistic. Yep. Where's the kitten? Kitten just, hey, come back. Okay, hang on. Yeah.
E.A. Walker's book, The Battered Woman Syndrome, as an
Ooh, the book!
treatise on battered spouse syndrome.
I do not, because I have not read everything. I haven't read it, and so I can't say that I agree with everything in it.
Oh God, look at that look.
Is it clear?
She's so bad. Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge, for the $4.99 super chat. They are putting a lot of money into this. I can do it for free. Sarah is a raging drunk. What's that say? She no Dwinky, she be goody. That's true. She has been better since she's been no Dwinky. She's been behaving herself a lot better since the no Dwinky. I've got to say. She's a much nicer person. Well, not nicer, but more coherent. A better writer. In fact, she writes motions a lot better than some lawyers. People have said that. Thank you so much for that Chloe Albert's revenge. Really appreciate your support. Let's keep going.
You that Sarah Boone was involved in a violent relationship with George Torres.
Yes, Dad.
You agree that there was a violent cycle that occurred during that 3.5-year relationship that Sarah Boone had with George Torres.
It's been described that way, yes.
Would you describe it that way?
It's been described that way to me, yes.
Do you have an opinion?
Hey,
Sustained.
Do you have an opinion that that was a violent cycle between Sarah Boone and George Torres?
It's been described that way, yes.
You agree that George Torres was the abuser and Sarah Boone was the victim in that?
It was a volatile relationship. In the police report, her ex-husband actually describes her as being the aggressor.
That hearsay.
Okay, we're going to show you.
Well, not necessarily. In the report.
It's Exhibit I. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
You see the injuries on Sarah Boone?
I do.
She can use hearsay.
Defense identification H. You see this photograph?
I do.
Have you ever seen it before?
I have not.
You agree that's Sarah Boone?
I do.
Are you aware that George Torres
Sustained.
Yeah, that was a bad question.
Let me show you defense identification G. Have you ever seen this photograph?
I have not.
Did you ever read anything about George Torres using a curtain rod as a weapon against Sarah Boone?
I don't recall that specifically.
Identification F. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Defense identification E. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Identification D. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Have you ever seen the videotape?
Thanks,
related to
David.
This photograph?
No.
She did sneak that in, hey.
Identification A. Have you ever seen this photograph?
No.
Now, I believe at the time of the deposition, you had spent I think on October the 2nd of 2024, you had spent 2.5 hours evaluating Sarah Boone, and about half of that time was giving her a test?
No. The mental status examination takes approximately 5 minutes.
Okay. Did you go through her entire history of abuse over the 3.5-year period within the 2 hours and 20 minutes that you had?
No.
Now, I understand that you indicated you may take a couple more hours to go through your file and your notes and to come up with your conclusions. Did you do that?
Yes.
Have you spent any more time on the case other than that 2 hours?
I re-reviewed the documents.
Have you made any other attempts to go see Sarah Boone anymore?
Robert?
Sustained.
You agree that your opinions are subjective, not based on authority?
They're based on my education, training, and years of experience.
And you would agree they're your subjective opinions?
Correct.
Would you agree that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
I do.
Would you agree that battered women's experiences affect their perception of imminent danger?
Did you say yes?
They can.
Would you agree that victims of repeat violence may fear death in a
Wait,
situation others would not?
But did she just say that she suffers from battered spouse syndrome? Did I miss that?
Would you agree that battered women's experiences affect their...
Hang on.
Agree that your opinions are subjective, not based on authority?
They're based on my education, training, and years of experience.
And you would agree they're your subjective opinions?
Correct.
Would you agree that Sarah Boone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
I do.
Would you agree that battered women's experiences affect their perception of imminent danger?
They can.
Would you agree that victims of repeat violence may fear death in a situation others would not?
They may.
Because someone suffers from battered spouse
say that
syndrome, they
on
have a
your
heightened
ex.
sensitivity to danger.
They may.
Absolutely
agree
matters.
that people suffering
She can
from
have
depression
no
and
effect
anxiety
what
are
happened that
predisposed
night.
to
Yeah.
getting into a relationship with a partner who may be violent?
They may, each individual is different.
Are they more susceptible to getting in a relationship if they suffer from depression and anxiety with a violent, intimate partner?
They may be.
Do you agree that the DSM, I think you have it there with you,
Yes, sir.
directs that the clinician should consider post-traumatic stress disorder if there was exposure to extreme stress? Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Did you do any testing to measure whether or not Sarah Boone had post-traumatic stress disorder?
No.
Is it your opinion that Sarah Boone suffers from post-traumatic stress disorder?
Again, she did not give me enough information to formulate an opinion with regards to that.
You agree that an intimate partner who commits acts of violence, physical violence, against the victim, that could cause extreme stress in
Yes.
that individual?
It may.
Do you agree if that is the cause, the violence is the cause of extreme stress, that a diagnosis of post-traumatic stress disorder should be considered?
If they meet the criteria. They have to meet the diagnostic criteria.
Do you agree that there is a sense of learned helplessness when someone suffers from battered spouse syndrome?
Yes, that's part of the syndrome.
Do you agree that these women, these battered women, have learned the probability of receiving a beating, and they recognize specific predictive cues emitting from the batterers?
Yes, but it's not just women.
I understand, but you would agree
Yeah.
the vast majority of intimate partner violence, battered spouse syndrome victims are women.
Yes, it's in part of the Bible.
Well, he shouldn't be allowed to say that.
Yeah,
The vast majority, the lion's share, are women.
yeah.
And these battered women have learned the probability of receiving a beating by recognizing specific predictive cues emitted by the batterers.
Correct.
And many times, these predictive cues result in a high level of anxiety.
Yes.
And in that situation, the battered women may attempt to reduce through several different means, one of which is to avoid delaying the beating.
Yes, we talked about that with the cycle.
What is a basal instinct?
A Basel instinct? I have no idea.
Primal fear?
Primal fear is just being afraid.
Is that a natural instinct that animals have?
Yes.
Fight or flight instinct?
Yes,
You don't even think about it.
correct.
Oh, that look.
That is a look. Dali has to get going. Thank you for being here.
Yes.
Very much so. I see you in chat, yeah?
Alrighty, yep. Thanks.
Thank you,
Bye, guys.
Thank you, mate. Bye. Alrighty, let's keep going. That is some look. Now, before I start it back up again, I just got to say, this has turned on the state big time right now. And I don't know, guys, look, I don't know how much this is going to make any difference, really. I mean, these experts talking about whether or not she has this disorder and that disorder and how much battered woman or spouse syndrome really affects that moment, that night, I don't know. Because I tell you what, if it was me and I just walked into this and I'm trying really hard to put everything aside and just listen to it, if it was me, I think I would be skeptical of all of these expert witnesses. They all seem to be a little unfamiliar with the whole situation. They don't seem to be that... They seem to just have been brought in purely for the sake of the court, not because they know very much about Sarah and George and their relationship. So I'd be taking them with a bit of a grain of salt. I just would be a little bit more interested in what really happened that night. So I'd be taking it down to that space of time, those videos, how much I believe what she said about those videos. That's just me. I think I'd be in that jury room looking at that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how they would be viewing it. So...
Do you agree that victims of battered spouse or battered woman syndrome suffer from self-isolation, suicidal thoughts, and oftentimes substance abuse?
They may. Each individual is different, so
And they may show signs of physical injury and illness such as bruising and chronic fatigue.
yes, those can be signs.
Subscribe to Dali, yes.
The
He
syndrome,
has
battered
been
woman syndrome, is the
a
psychological
gem.
effects of living with an intimate partner violence. They may have intrusive memories,
They may,
or they re-experience past traumatic events in their mind.
yes,
They have high levels of anxiety,
yes. They may,
hypervigilant when something doesn't seem right.
they may,
It leads to this fight or flight response that we spoke about.
yes,
They have problems with sleep.
they may,
They often go into denial,
they may,
minimizing what is happening to them,
they may,
numbing their emotions.
some of them,
Disassociation. A battered woman may often develop a defense mechanism of being able to psychologically detach from their body during the traumatic experience.
Sustained.
Panic attacks, severe depression, very low self-esteem, poor body image, disassociation, learned helplessness. All these are symptoms of a battered woman syndrome.
Compound, some back to
Sustained.
You agree panic attacks is one of the symptoms of battered woman syndrome.
Sustained.
What are the symptoms of a battered spouse syndrome?
They can be numerous symptoms, from anxiety symptoms, mood symptoms. They can have psychotic symptoms. It can be any vast majority of symptoms, substance abuse symptoms, any vast majority.
Do you agree fear is a symptom?
Yes,
Somebody in a constant state of fear.
maybe, yes.
In terms of the abusive partner, do you agree that they would hit the victim,
Some of them, yes.
kick the victim,
They may,
punch the victim,
they may.
choke,
Abuse takes all different forms.
choke,
They may,
burn,
they may,
destroy their belongings,
they may,
use weapons to hurt them,
they may,
threaten to hurt them, their children, or their pets,
they may,
take their car keys,
they may,
take their debit card,
they may,
take their
Oh
vehicle,
dear.
they may,
control where they go and who they see,
yes, they may,
force them to have sex when they don't want to.
yes, they may.
We see where you're going. He's kind of testifying, yes, but he is asking questions,
Dr.
so
Warner. I know you spent a short amount of time with her, and you're saying you didn't get some of the answers as to whether or not.
true.
Objection sustained.
If you'd have spent more time with Sarah Boone, could you have uncovered as to whether or not she suffered from battered spouse syndrome?
I agree that she met the criteria, or that she had battered
How
spouse.
about post-traumatic stress disorder?
It's possible.
Thank you.
Any redirect examination?
Yes.
You may proceed.
Yeah, it's not worth making an objection to this.
In your decades of experience, have you ever treated patients that suffer from trauma disorders?
Yes,
How frequently would you say you do that?
I have patients on my unit right now that I'm treating on a regular daily basis who have.
How about patients that meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome?
Yes,
How many would you say over the course of your career?
probably 5 to 6 a month on my inpatient unit.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of months.
Yes,
How long have you been doing this?
since 1998 when I began my career at the University of Florida on faculty.
Now, on cross-examination, you were asked about some diagnoses, correct?
Yes,
Right. Any of these things that you talked about, narcissistic personality disorder, adjustment disorder, anxiety, battered spouse syndrome, any stress or trauma-related disorder. If the state wanted to ask you those opinions, would you have been receptive to more materials before making any opinions about those topics?
yes,
And is it your testimony today that you don't have enough information to necessarily make a complete and proper diagnosis on any of those things since you have not been provided those materials?
correct,
Now, you testified that she does meet the criteria for battered spouse syndrome,
yes,
but you would be receptive to any evidence that you were provided, right?
correct.
Going back to what you testified to on direct when the state asked you your opinion about this case, everything that you just talked about with Mr. Owens, does that change your opinion about whether or not battered spouse syndrome is applicable to the facts as Ms. Boone relayed them to you about this incident?
No, not at all.
Gonna make a spoon cake.
And why is that?
Because again, she just.
Objection, Judge.
Why?
to me, and that they were laughing and having a good time. It didn't play into relaying any kind of triggers or any kind of trauma.
Kind of has resting Sarah face.
Showing you what has been marked for identification purposes by the defendant as I. Does this photograph inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who was the aggressor?
No.
H, for identification,
dude.
same questions. Does it inform you as to what happened?
No.
Does it inform you as to who the aggressor was?
No.
Same questions for G,
No.
F,
No.
E,
No.
B,
No.
and A.
No.
If those specifics as to what happened and who was the aggressor is dependent upon the credibility of somebody, would you want to take into account all the things that can make a person credible or less than credible?
Yes, you want to take that into account.
When you talked about alcohol use disorder, would you take that into account if somebody is under the influence of alcohol or been consuming alcohol and they relay a history as to things that happened?
Ah, she is super uncomfortable. It's almost like she's got hemorrhoids or something at the moment.
In evaluating the credibility of
Hang
them
on.
as a historian.
Go back.
Objections overruled.
Would you consider somebody's alcohol use and level of intoxication in evaluating the credibility of them as a historian? And
That's
you were
true.
asked about whether or not you did any testing for post-traumatic stress disorder.
Correct.
And you didn't.
Correct.
You already indicated, however, you believe that Ms. Boone meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome.
That's correct.
Again, that doesn't change your opinion that you gave when talking with me on direct examination,
Object, asked and answered.
Overruled.
specifically about this question about the testing that you did not perform. Did this lack of testing have any change or effect on your opinion as to whether or not battered spouse syndrome applied to the facts of this case?
No.
You were
question.
questioned about insanity on cross-examination. You recall that?
Yes.
Would you agree that simply because somebody is mentally ill and meets the criteria for diagnosis such as schizophrenia, bipolar, any of those psychotic or mood disorders, that doesn't necessarily make a person legally insane?
Correct. The two are equal.
Likewise, even if somebody meets the criteria for battered spouse syndrome, does that mean
Are you okay?
every action they take against
Little
their
hillbilly?
intimate partner is justified?
Correct. That's fine. That would be equal.
So even if you do have battered spouse syndrome,
matter?
even if you are in an intimately violent relationship, that doesn't necessarily mean any action you take against your partner is justified.
That's correct.
No other questions?
State can this witness be released?
Oh, she great.
Defense.
If we have a phone number, you can reach out to them.
All right, ma'am, you're released, potentially subject to recall. Thank you.
Bill, come back. Come back to YouTube. Come back. I'll send you a link right
State
now.
employee,
Come
please.
hang out with me. We miss you so much.
P, for identification and evidence?
Come to your sweet Southern Belle. Everyone's subject to recall, beautiful waterfall. They won't let anyone go. They're all stuck in suitcases out the back. Heart. Heart. Feel. Heart.
P for identification and evidence?
Any objection to what was pre-marked as P?
I want a lawyer.
Counsel? Any objection to what was pre-marked as P?
Commissioner Hall?
No, he's offering an evidence. Any objection?
No objection.
All right, what was pre-marked as
Exhibit
P will
P?
be received
I
into
don't wanna
evidence
see
without
a
objection,
P.
states 21.
Oh, now your Lego channel's getting monetized too. What is going on? The YouTube gods are smiling on you, David. What about Exhibit Fire D? Where is that? Now what?
We're going to go ahead and take our afternoon break at this point in time. Similar
Good.
instruction I've given to you over the last couple of days.
Right, moving on, moving on. Okay, so you guys are telling me that something cray-cray is going to happen this afternoon. Oh, go away, Jesse Kissy Face Weber.
Reflect all
What
hands
is
have been
it?
raised. Thank you very much. State, you may proceed with the balance of your evidence presentation.
Sarah Boone needed a
Permission to
lawyer.
publish what has been entered into evidence as 22, previously V as in Victor for identification.
You may proceed.
States V. I don't want to see States V. Five V. Get the number right.
This
Heart.
exhibit 22 has 5 folders on it. It is a DVD. Going into the first folder, OCSO 18-067501.
Counselor, are these audio or video files?
This first one, Your Honor, is going to be a video file.
Dim the lights, please. Thank you.
Oh, dim the lights, everybody. Get your popcorn
This
out.
filing ends with 0154-2.
You may proceed, sir.
Okay, so are these different to the ones we've seen already, like that I've run on my channel? Or are they the same ones? Or is there more to one? She was drunk and evil. They're new. Oh, okay. Some the same, some new. Okay. Woohoo.
And he's going through a whole bunch of pardon me saying that.
No,
Pardon me saying that, but like, oh man, he let loose on my ass tonight, and I'm not having it.
Okay.
I got hit in the face.
Okay.
Hit in the face.
That you know if there's no guns,
No,
anything?
ma'am, no. I know, baby. You guys can do your job.
All right, Sarah here?
Yeah, let's just go get him.
Oh, the basketball thing.
What's his name? George, all right.
I swear to God, I'm done with that too.
Oh, and E-Man's saying that, then we got a problem.
Hector, what's wrong?
What's up, George? You want to talk to us? What's up? Talk to you inside.
For the record, this was redacted.
Are the videos in States 22 redacted videos?
You see my eye?
I do see your eye. Okay, tell me how it all went down, from beginning to...
Yes, my love.
Okay.
So we were having a really good day, and we went across the street from Muldoon, and everything was really fine and dandy, and if I talked to another guy because he left, came in there and got so mad, because I asked for a cigarette from another guy because he took my license, my debit card, and everything, cigarettes, everything, took everything.
Okay.
So I asked someone for a cigarette, and it happened to be a guy. So he walked in and got super pissed because I asked for a cigarette from another guy. I came home. Mind you, my car is across the street still.
Okay. So you get home, you go
home
inside.
and let loose.
Okay, elaborate. So you open the door, what happens from there?
I'm a whore.
He starts calling your name? Okay.
When I say ragdoll, you know what that is?
I know what a ragdoll is.
Oh man, I was ragdoll.
Okay, but I need you, okay, I need you to elaborate. Like, you walk into the house. Did you start arguing? He started calling your name. You said,
Ragdoll.
No, I walked out. I walked in and I walked for the hat. I just wanted to smoke a cigarette and just go to sleep. I just literally wanted to. I'm done tonight. I'm gonna go to sleep.
And then as you're making your way to the back, what happened?
Worth it to jack up speed at
You got
some
caught on the
point.
stairwell, so he caught you on the stairwell. And what, did he get in front of you, started confronting you, telling you anything? What happened?
It was bad.
Okay, elaborate, Miss Sarah. I need you to tell me exactly what
No
happened.
one ever asked Sarah to elaborate.
Fucking tired of being beaten up.
I understand I'm trying to help you out, but
I know you are, I know you are.
I need you to elaborate a little bit. So, in the stairwell,
Dragged me downstairs.
Okay.
I went upstairs, tried to get in the bed. I just wanted to go to sleep. I just wanted to go to sleep. I just wanted to go to sleep.
I fell asleep.
I went to bed. He caught me in the upstairs.
like in the hallway?
beating the fuck up. That's all I can say.
Okay, what do you mean? Like, I see your eye, you said he kicked you in the eye.
That's what I see. That's what I see. Fuck.
Were you on the floor when he kicked you?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, how did you get to the floor? Did he push you? Did he pull
Okay,
you?
Bob, you tell me when.
How?
Normally what I do is, because he does it so often, I just go to the floor. I just go to the floor. So I'm pretty sure I don't really recollect. I went to the ground. I went to the ground.
Okay, and then that's
I'm
when
so sorry. I'm so
No,
sorry.
no, that's fine. I don't mind. So you went down to the ground.
Yes, that's what I do.
Did he kick you with what? Do you recall which foot?
Right.
Right foot, okay.
Heel.
His heel. Okay. And you say you've been
An
together
hour.
for...
Because I asked for a cigarette. Because he left my ass in my car across the street.
Okay. You said you've been together for about a year?
And
A year and a half.
Yes.
You live together, obviously. Okay.
I just recently went for a divorce. He's been there with me. He knows all the story, blah, blah, blah. But...
I know. I'm just trying to...
This stop. And I could work for him.
Do you want the fire department to come out check you out? No? Okay. Okay. Do you want to press charges? You can smoke a cigarette if you want.
Can I talk to you though?
You're talking to me to myself.
I don't want to speak. He's supposed to be up the police.
So you don't want to press charges? Okay. Do you want to fill out any paperwork? Do a statement? No? Okay. Smoke a cigarette, sit down, smoke a cigarette.
I don't want to be in trouble.
I know.
Oh, there she is.
I've actually been on his life now. Look at this shit. Where's my shit all the time?
Did this happen today?
Yes.
Okay. Alright. Yeah, I see it. It's ripped and I'm down a little bit.
I just bought this yesterday.
Okay, sit down, smoke a cigarette. Do you think, no, fine. Do you have an ID with you? Is it in the house? Okay, we'll go find
I
out.
know my number. So I'm
Smoking is bad for you, Sarah.
Go first.
500-791-77870-0.
870-0. Okay. First name spelled S-A-R-A. Do you have a middle name?
Chapman. K-A-T-H-R-Y-N.
K-A-T-H-R-Y-N. What's your last name?
C-O-O-N-E.
Date of birth?
I think sometimes.
Okay, I get it. So you can have to stay behind anymore. Do you have a cell phone number?
407.
716?
Hey, Johnny.
8684? Email address?
SKP.
SKP _100.
100.
There you go. No, it's cool. I get it. Sit down, smoke a cigarette, try to relax a little bit. I'm gonna take pictures of you in a little bit. Alright? No problem.
What was that in the window? A jellyfish?
Turning out a folder OCSO 19-054.
Can the parts brush just for a moment?
No, they're not in the bathroom like Sunny the pug. I hope. You know they're blind and deaf. She's like, oh, we can skip these, can't we?
Alright, sir, you
Just
make
move
it.
it all along.
Within
Skip
this
it.
folder, the first thing that will be published is a file. It's an audio file, 911 call _R1.
Four seven four eight. Grand Square, apartment 3.
474, what was the street name I didn't hear you?
4748 Grand Square, apartment 3.
Okay.
He's nothing but a call, but I did. And he can beat the fuck out of me.
You said Frank Lane?
That's what it comes out as always.
Okay, and then what was the apartment?
3.
Okay, and what happened?
He just beat the fuck out of me.
Who is he?
George Torres.
Is he still there?
Yes.
Okay, where's he at?
Up in the bed. I'm outside.
Okay.
I'm not like that. Or
Okay, do you need any medical attention?
No. I just have a lump on my head and I just got these work up. That's all.
Okay, what's your name?
Sarah. With an H.
Okay, and George, you want to understand?
He's Hispanic.
What are you wearing today?
Oh gosh.
Just tell us your name, that's all it
I don't even recognize because he just showed up.
Okay. Do you have his name right?
February 13th, 78. 2/13/78. And I swear, I'm just so excited because he's not a police and he's not supposed to be here. But he's here.
How long ago did this happen?
12 minutes ago.
Okay.
I'm done.
Yes, ma'am.
I can't do this anymore.
Okay, and I just need a description of you so that I can identify when they get there.
I'm white. I have 30 blonde hair and blue eyes.
What color is your pants you wear?
I look like a dragon.
What's your black pants?
Pink shorts.
Pink shorts? Are you outside?
Please don't get me in trouble. There's no way that I can get in trouble for this.
No, just say where you're safe. You said you're outside,
Hey,
right?
devil.
Yes.
Okay, does he have any weapons that you know of?
No.
Okay. And did he hurt you with anything, or was it all his hands?
Fist.
Just his fist? Okay. And you don't need any medical attention?
No, I always get over it, but this time I'm not getting over it.
Okay, Okay, we're gonna go ahead and help you, okay? Anything, just give us a call back, okay?
Wait, can I get out front though?
Yes, definitely stay out front, I'll try to
I'm gonna walk right out.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good, bye-bye.
Goodbye.
Now publishing a video labeled 19-054917_BAT_DV.
Rolling, rolling, rolling on the streets of Rome. Them doggies rolling, roll high. Oh, what a lovely place it is. Winter Place, Park, or whatever it is. Villa Vista, apartment, townhomes. I'm not invited. I'm never invited to Lego. I'm not good enough, apparently. Yeah, see, it's always going to be you. Because you're the favourite. Brad, don't even think about it. Don't become bacon.
Really, Marco?
Jack! What's going on? You called? Okay, do I come on the phone?
What's going on?
Is she still in there?
He's awfully, I actually got awfully pleased because I don't want him to. And he shows this ugly mouth over the wall all the time and comes over and looks for me in.
Do you want to start it?
We're talking like tonight.
Well, what's your relationship now?
Same, darling. Just want to be wanted.
Okay, how long have you guys been dating for?
That's what happens.
My dad.
Is that a current relationship?
No, it's not wrong.
I know.
Because I can't deal with this shit.
Okay.
I'm telling you.
When's the last time he stayed at my house?
2 weeks ago,
2 weeks ago?
and he figured it out.
Okay, so why is he over here today?
That would be cute. All three of us back together again.
So
I'm not allowed to leave him.
you're not. Okay.
Tell me what now. He's mad because I went out with my girlfriend. And she introduced me to another gentleman. He's not a gentleman. He's not a gentleman. And he got pissed.
Okay. So you came over today, you let him in because you're a cop, right?
Yes.
Okay, then what happened?
Not really good.
Okay, so you guys start arguing and
No,
then
I can't argue. I can't argue. I was just taking down his speaker.
okay. So when you say taking down the, he's like a strike for him, so I know. What did you do? Did he push you? Was he slapping you? Was he punching you?
What am I talking about?
Okay, you have to kind of explain to me what happened. You're telling me
He's
what's
in the
different.
closet doors.
Okay, so you're in the closet doors? Okay, you're upstairs, you're in the closet doors. Did anything break when you were in there?
Other than my head? No.
Okay, but you said you don't need the fire department?
No. I just have really bad luck. It'll go away because I'm used to it. It'll go away.
Let me see, where is it?
Right here.
Can you just put your hand up a little bit?
There's a lump. Right here. Like you can feel it.
Yeah, I see it. Do you have any allergies?
No. I just, because he's not on the lease anymore, I noticed he can't, I got him off the lease to not come over here anymore. And I'm trying to get him out of here. And he lives here every day. And I haven't done anything.
Okay, so there's another exit to this apartment, so he could be gone.
There's the stuff in my store, and I had to really die. He kind of like the face, which I had done 4 times in the 4th one.
Okay.
He's gonna hop along, but I have to tell you he's upstairs now. Go get him.
Well, I'm going to, but I'm going to try to get somebody else here. What's his name?
George.
George?
I'm sitting here.
Okay. And I have to ask this too, when's the last time you guys saw together?
Had sex? 3 weeks ago.
Okay. So, but you guys are kind of on and off again. And you're saying as of right now you're off. But
Within, off.
Okay, but within like the last 2 or 3 weeks you guys were dating.
Honestly, no.
Okay. But at least there's some
I knew he was.
there's an expectation intimacy when you came over.
No, no.
But you guys said you
No. We were gonna try and figure it out. Oh,
Did you want to press charges on him?
what charge can I press?
Right now, what did he say? Just hit you with hands and feet and push you?
I got a heel on my face.
Okay, you keep being upset with me, but you're not really giving me the information I need. I'm asking you to kind of walk me through what happened, okay, because I don't know, I wasn't there. Okay? Okay, so I just said you guys were upstairs. Okay. But that means lots of different things. That's why I need to know what
This
you
is
did.
why I have all of this over here, is because he continues his back to me, and he strangled me multiple times.
Today?
Yes.
Okay. Did you start to lose consciousness or anything while you're strangling him?
I couldn't breathe.
Did you feel yourself losing consciousness?
No, I didn't lose. I just couldn't breathe.
Okay. Well, how long was you strangling for?
Until I got him off of me. And look, can I tell you something before you call him whatever? I've been arrested before because I fought back. Look, I didn't fight back. I didn't fight back. So whatever he has or whatever it is, it's not me.
Did he hit you with any like an object or anything?
No. He threatens me with a bat.
Today? I'm talking about today. Did you hit you with a baseball bat in fact?
He threatened her
Tell me
with a
about it. How
bat.
far away were you when you had the bat?
I was in the bedroom.
And where was he?
In the bedroom.
Okay. Was there anything in between you guys at the time?
My dog.
Just a dog, and how close was he to you? Couple feet, 3 feet?
3 feet.
Okay. And how would he hold the bat?
Threatening.
Like, what do you mean? Was it down by his side? Was it up like this? Like, how was it?
He was gonna swing.
So he had up? Yes. Okay. Did he say anything to you while you were holding the bat?
I dare you.
Okay. And what do you mean by that?
Because I technically left him 2 weeks ago, which is why, so you know, and it's not because I have friends. I have friends. And my friends want me to get out of my loony doony bullshit. So they try to introduce you nice gentleman, who he is not.
Okay. So he's holding the baseball bat, he's 3 feet, you guys are up in the bedroom, and he says, I dare you. Okay. And you were scared. Correct?
I'm so scared, so is my body kind of cry.
Okay. I'm gonna go see if I can come out. Alright? If not, this is your place, right?
My kid's not on leave.
Okay. And
We're
we
talking
have...
about members. I had taken off the leave.
Okay. Alright, hold on.
Sir, what's your name now?
Hold on.
What? Get the right open.
Can I put down? If everybody knows, I get one more.
Don't get me started.
Hey, George? Hey, George, Sheriff's Department, come on out. Just hold on. Hey, George, I can hear you. Come on out.
Hey, George. Hey, George.
George, Sheriff's Office, come on out. What's going on, man? Come on, talk. What's going on? Talk. What's going on today?
Oh, it's Madeline.
Do you speak English? Yes. Okay, tell me what's going on.
Why are we here right now?
Because she called me. So tell me, you want to tell me what's going on?
This is Rico?
Where are these cuts on your neck?
That's neither here nor See over there? We got it.
Did you want to talk to me about the cuts on your neck?
Yeah, not really.
Okay, do me a favor, turn around. Put your hands down.
Okay.
What? Why am I getting cuffed up? Hold on a second. Why am I getting cuffed up there? Can I put my tail one side now, here?
Why?
Why am I getting cuffed? Come here. Yeah, why am I getting cuffed up? We'll talk about that, okay?
George doesn't want to talk about the cuts on his neck, so the cops arrest him.
Hey, what is that? No, I don't know. Okay, how's your hand? Have you been drinking today? Yeah. Okay. A lot or a little bit? Like, do you understand what's going on right now? Yeah. Okay. Some of it, I'm very easy, okay? I'm just gonna need to answer yes or no every time I say, ask you a question, okay? You have the right to remain silent, do you understand that? Anything you say will be used in court as evidence against you, do you understand that? You are entitled to talk to an attorney now and have him present now and at any time during questions, do you understand that? If you cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed to you without cost, do you understand that? Okay. Do you desire to consult with an attorney first or have one during this interview? Yes or no? No. Okay. If at any time hereafter you wish to remain silent and have an attorney present, all questioning will be stopped, you understand? Okay. Has anyone at any time threatened to or first promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Okay. Do you understand these rights as I read them?
We're all gonna help.
Okay. Do you wish to talk to me this time?
Yes.
Okay. So, tell me what happened then.
What is going on?
She said that you hit her and you choked her.
What? No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, she's got a lump on her head. How'd she get the lump on her head?
I don't know. She just take me in. I don't know. Officer, I don't know.
Did you push her, hit her, anything like that?
No, not at all.
Okay, how did she get the lump on her head?
I don't know.
Okay, what brought you over here today?
I was trying to get my ID and my social and my birth certificate. And she's not trying to give me that.
Okay, but obviously you've been here for a little bit. I mean, your shirt's off, you've been drinking, so you didn't want to just come over here and get something. So, like, how long have you been here?
He has his shirt off. Guilty.
So, what about, say, a while, like an hour or 2 hours? How long have you guys been here?
2 years.
For 2 years? Okay. Are you guys still dating right now, or are you going out? Okay.
And I work right there at 8.
Okay, so you came over here today, so for about a while ago, an hour or two. What have you been doing since you've been here? Okay, so just spend time with her, and all of a sudden she decides to sign home account. Why would she do that? You don't know?
She's nice, dude. She's nice.
Okay, that's fine. But
I can hear her.
But what you gotta understand, what you're telling me isn't really adding up. Because she gave me her side story.
What she said?
And she's in the shit. That's all I need.
Shut up. It's beautiful in Florida.
Ma'am, I'm doing my job, okay? You just sit there and be quiet. I'll be able to talk to you when I can. Every time you start yelling, you're interfering.
You're the mean copper. She was just being Sarah.
She's mad because she took me out of the police. She took me out of the police. And I told these guys of the lease, like, I can't cash my check. I can't cash my check. What about her? So please talk to her.
Okay, so you can order to talk to her about cashing your check?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, you've been here for a couple hours. Okay, so what happened to make her run outside and call police? Because I'm seeing cuts on you and I'm seeing bruises on her. But you're not telling me what happened. And you're the one sitting in the back of a cop car right now.
I don't even know what happened.
Did she hit you?
All the time.
Who hit you first?
She does all the time.
So she hit you first?
All the time.
Who's today? How about today? You don't know if she hit you today? Huh? Do you have an ID on it?
She had it.
She has it?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you grab his ID for me?
No, I don't have it.
He said it's in the house.
No.
She said no.
Where in the bushes should I ID?
Frank, whenever I tell her, oh my gosh, the front door's open and I don't even
Why
know.
is she always in a gutter?
Oh, yeah, find his desk. I don't have his ID.
You said you threw in the bushes. Where in the bushes did you throw it? Could you please go look over there?
Sarah needs a driver.
So it's happening.
Right?
In the back of the car. You said he hit you, he beat you, you have a phone. Okay?
I don't have it. You can look up here.
Did he say that? I missed that.
Publishing portions of 19-054, pardon, 05,
Did she?
054917_BAT_DV-2. For the record, it is about 47 minutes, 20 seconds long. State will publish 000 to 2 minutes and 19 minutes to 22 minutes, and all evidence will go back to the jury with a scrub computer.
And she likes those pick shorts. She likes sitting in the gutter with the pick shorts. We see far too much of that. That's unusual. Where are your shoes? Wow. They could be pajamas.
Where were
His
you?
brother and his ranting mother came over here, so it should be somewhere in here. They didn't find it. I don't have it.
Yeah.
No, no,
That
I mean,
would
it
be
makes
farmers.
getting his information a lot easier if I don't have to keep asking questions and I can
I
just do it
don't,
out there.
I'm not making any more go than I could. Friends, I'm not.
Oh, this is the same incident? Or not? Why was she looking through the bushes?
She also has my birth certificate. Listen, she's saying that she's doing the bushes. I'm trying to find it.
Looking for his ID. Yeah, that's what I assumed, that she was looking for the ID.
If you're looking at you are doing it.
You told me I'm not gonna get one. I love you. I don't know what it is that you're asking for.
Okay, maybe you didn't get to it yet. So I can see it. Oh, yeah.
I love you.
Here, what is the backside of this? If you get any more bruises that show up that you didn't see while we were here.
Can I show you all the other pictures that I have and I documented?
He's going to jail for this, so the rest of that can't really get him up. But if anything else shows up, you go take that paper down to
It's
headquarters.
not anything else because you're taking him down.
I mean,
I'm under jail.
he's going.
Under jail.
Okay. We're all set then.
What else? I can show you bloody fingers and bloody faces and black eyes and.
I know, it sounds like you guys
Black
need to
guys.
probably not hang out with her anymore.
Hello.
I know.
That's why I
but,
left him 3 weeks ago.
but this also isn't the first time, so. With both you guys, with the cops out here.
No.
Okay.
I've had to lie to you guys 3 times.
And you shouldn't have to do that, so let's make this maybe the last time.
Now I'm not lying.
And I appreciate that, okay? And keep going, okay?
They're gonna come and tell me.
Who's that?
Just like I told the other sheriff, they're gonna come and tell me.
If you,
I want you to know that.
if you're, are you talking about
Yes,
someone?
yes. I want you to know I'm full blown. They're gonna come and tell me.
Go down to the courthouse, okay, and get induction and stuff. Did you get the pamphlet? Did you get the
I'm full-blown gonna what?
They're going to come and tell me.
Help, 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 help. I'm full blown gonna what? Gonna, if you talk about the family.
Yes. I want you to know I'm full blown. They're gonna come and tell me.
Go down to the
Oh, they're
courthouse,
gonna come and kill
okay,
me.
get induction and stuff. Did you get the pamphlet? Did you get the pamphlet? Okay, so you know that there's a place where you
They're
go
going
tonight?
to come and tell me.
Okay, so you got the business right now, you know there's a place you can go tonight then. It's in the bed.
Domestic. I'm gonna go sleep over her house.
Perfect.
Neighbors.
Okay. You have any more questions?
Slow down.
Can I show?
Good. I didn't tell that. Okay, have a good day. Okay, that's good enough.
Have a good day.
Thank you. Okay.
I love it.
Okay. Have a good day now.
Like, and whatever Frankie says,
Okay,
tell him
yes,
to
I will.
eat a dick. Hey.
Okay, have a good day. Okay. Thank you. Okay, have a good day.
Sarah Spudge Show. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Publishing video file axon_flex_2_video. It's the only one that starts with that name in this folder.
Tell him to suck a Richard. It's a lot spicier than I thought it was going to be. Okay, does she have a... There's something we don't know about her. Does she actually have a bulge? Now we really need to, like, have a good look at that. Don't look directly at the bulge. It's bad luck to look at a bulge, especially on a woman.
So, why don't you come over and give me a written statement about what happened? I never over here by myself. Sure, just stay right there.
Well, there was a Richardson hearing earlier. What the hell's that? Oh god, it was behind an ear. Oh, I thought that was something else. Whoa! That was was a very saggy butt.
I've already get your stuff done over there, and I'll get her started on my list. You want to sit down in here? Is that all right? Okay.
Love!
Love!
Please!
Come on, let me call you and let's get this done.
Heart!
I'm not getting arrested.
No, I'm getting a statement from you. You're not being arrested. So,
Okay, look, I'll come over and see you in like 5.
come on.
Thanks, buddies. They know.
Let's get this done.
They know.
Okay.
What?
Now, would you come in here so we
Is
can
she
do
off her
your statement,
face?
please?
She's got to be
Stop
off
it.
her face.
Sit down at the table and let's get your statement filled out.
He didn't believe I would ever do it. I'm gonna shut the door, is that okay?
Sure.
Oh, wow. It is, hey. I mean, it's better than, like, if the camera's down here, you don't see much very often. Like, you can see at least, like, more like eye height now, which is
I'm
better.
not getting arrested.
No, you're not getting arrested. I've already told you that.
This is the best view of the apartment we've had.
Need your ID, please. No, ma'am, I just need your ID,
Okay,
please.
look, I can write that on the couch.
I will give you the statement to write. I need your ID, please. I don't need to sit on the couch to fill this out. You can. I sit down all day, but I appreciate the offer.
Yes, it's comfy.
Yeah, I ain't sitting in this rat's nest.
Thank you, God, he's gone. Oh, man. Man. Oh, man, they're gonna come over here and try to kill me. I don't do none of that. They're gonna come over here and try to kill me.
Who's that?
His brothers and his mother and his father. They're gonna come
Thank
over here
you,
and try to
darling.
Don't open the door for me.
It doesn't matter.
Look, there is, like, crafts and stuff.
Bullshit and everything, and then they cause commotion, and then I get complaints against me. Anyway, my name is Sarah.
Mm-hmm. Hi, sir. I'm Charles Savage. Smith.
What's your name?
Jeff. Deputy Brown.
Jeff.
That's a colouring book.
Did they get called off?
He will be. Do you have a phone number, ma'am?
407-716-8634. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope. You're not.
Nope, you're not yet. Dali Talk says, help soothe the suffering that's coming and make the chat green. Oh, that's so nice of you, Dali. You have been such an awesome support this week. I really appreciate it. This has actually been tougher for me than I have been letting on. I've had a lot on this week. And yeah, thank you so much for the super chat and for everything you've been doing. I hope you get some sleep soon. And I just wanted to say also before I unpause it, do we lose you tomorrow? Yes, you do. So I am going to be in Sydney tomorrow with my daughter. I think what I'm going to do is, because it's looking like we're not going to get to closing arguments till at least the afternoon, if at all, I'm going to leave it. And obviously people are watching in other places, most of you. Those of you who aren't, what I'm going to do is I'm going to run everything mostly on Sunday. So I look out for the notifications. I'll be back on your Sunday, which is my Monday. So obviously people are watching it anyway. You guys are watching it. And if you feel like coming back and watching it here too, cool. But I'm hoping to be all caught up in time for the jury to come back for a verdict. If they're not even at verdict stage, or even at jury deliberation stage, I might run half of it on Sunday and half of it on Monday, and in catch-up mode, and that way, while everyone else is just sitting around chitty-chatting, we can be watching the trial whilst we're waiting for a verdict. So that could work out quite nicely too. So just put your notifications on, everyone. That's all I ask. And yeah, not really any point, I don't think, considering that it's not ending as in verdict tomorrow, unless I'm completely wrong, but it doesn't look like it.
Did you do something you should be arrested for?
No.
Okay.
For the last time I thought that. 420 days.
Do you have an email address, ma'am?
S.Sam, K as in Kate, P as in Paul, _1800 @yahoo.com. You can totally come sit down over here.
I sit down all day. I appreciate the offer, but want to get this done for you. It's a little more comfortable for me to stand and do this.
I can't tell you how amazing it is. Oh, right, I didn't say that. Sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Oh, crap, the car's still there.
Okay, come on in and sit down so you can get this filled out. what I need you to do is just print your name right where that X is, and then I need you to just write a story about what happened today.
Print.
Yep, please.
I've spent too much goddamn money on this trip. And the tickets to this stupid concert. And I'm also taking her to see Hamilton the musical, and that is a surprise because she loves that musical. So goddamn, this is costing me a ton. I'll take some video of Sydney Harbour Bridge and that for you guys, and the Opera House. I'll chuck it in the member section for you. Some tourist stuff. I've been to Sydney lots of times, but
So is this a husband, boyfriend?
it's always cool. Yeah, Hamilton's pretty good.
Are you guys married?
No.
How long have you been together?
2.5 years.
Was he drinking or anything today?
Yes.
Both of you?
I have.
Okay.
Bless you.
Nothing wrong with that.
Just I was good, but just like you are, but.
Okay, I need you to show us it. Very nice.
I'm gonna hear that bless you from the grave.
No, nothing wrong with that. And who called the police? Did you call the police? Okay. Call 911?
Yes.
Very good. Has this happened before?
3 times. The last one, they're like, oh yeah, we're ready to take it, so no, kind of, you're learn what's going on.
So 3 times the police have been here? Was there ever,
Yes.
was the sheriff, were there reports written when they were here?
I'm not even sure about that, I didn't have to sign anything.
Okay.
Oh God, please no, yeah. Live stream the musical.
Not worth it. Okay. I'm not really sure what you're saying, I'm not really like,
What does it say? Can you read it to them?
throwing me off the bed and beating in the head, so am I supposed to write all that?
Yep, everything that happened.
I'm just gonna lie.
Yep, everything that happened.
All that?
Yeah.
Let's speed this up. What's going on? Stuff happening.
And what was your phone number again? 407?
407-716. I'm not getting arrested.
Nope.
I'm not being arrested.
The car still.
Having charged $25. Could you give me 424 case number, please?
Stopping publishing at 10 minutes, 0 seconds on that file. Proceeding to third folder, OCSO 19-055572. Publishing audio file 911 call, dash first.
911 was taking an emergency. Well, I didn't have an emergency here at my place, but my boyfriend was arrested, I think, last Thursday, and he has a no contact form, and he took it upon himself to come over to my house yesterday and took the bike that I got for him, which is technically mine, and also my debit card. So, and okay, wait a minute, Sam, if you bought it, then it's a gift. Okay, that's fine. I need my debit card though. Like, I have my 8-year-old son coming over here and taking my groceries for him. Okay, what's your debit card?
Okay, she's talking
My
really
address
fast.
is 4748 Branch, FRANTP, okay, 4. So what's your parking number? 3. Do you have a parking number? 3, okay, just to make sure I heard you right. Sure.
Yeah, it's me.
Now, do you finish off with a credit card? Yeah, you bought me your cigarettes. Yeah. Okay. Say again, what's your name? Sarah, S-A-R-A-H. Okay, there you call back, it's 47716-8684. Yes, okay. And he's at his parents' house right now, so if you need the actual address over there or whatever, it needs to be done. Okay, Sarah, what'd you say? He's actually at his parents' house right now, so I don't know. Okay, well, we're up to you first to make a report, okay? Gotcha. All right, I'll get all this information in here, but because it is done to you, I need to send it up to you, okay? All right, so when did this happen? Yesterday. So, your ex-boyfriend? Yeah, I mean, technically he's my boyfriend, but yeah, at this point he's my ex. All right, what's his name? George, J-O-R-G-E. Robin? Torres, Corres. Okay, by chance, do you know how old he is? He's 41. 21378. Okay. Regarding the color, can I see your license for Hispanic? I'm white. So what color shirt pants are you wearing? Right now I'm wearing a blue shirt with white short pants. And there's a green pineapple on my door because it covers up the sleeve. Okay. Do you have any weapons on you or your home? No.
Katrina
I mean, I have a
House.
baseball bat, but that's just only when I'm here by myself or me and my little 8-year-old. And you said the pineapple covering the sleeve? Yeah, the green pineapple covering up the sleeve that says welcome. And I have a little bird flag out front. Okay. All right, sir, we're going to the available WD, okay?
Aw, little birds.
No worries. All right. Thank you very much for your help. You're very welcome. Bye-bye. Okay, bye.
Publishing audio file
But how could
911 call.
How could you
dash
not
second.
like someone who had like a pineapple and little birds out the
What's the
front?
location of your emergency? I don't necessarily have an emergency. It's 4748 France Court.
4748, what's the street name?
I'm sorry, what?
4748 and the name of the street.
France Court.
And what's going on there?
It's the no contact thing. Right. He's over here again.
Okay, is
He's
it French?
my fucking pantry.
Is it French Court or French Court?
FRANTZ.
What's the appointment number?
3.
And what's going on there?
Too much.
Okay. What's going on?
Oh my God, I gotta go get my dog. She's dead. Hold on a second, please. I'm sorry, hold on. Come on. No, I gotta go on the plane. I'm sorry, hold on one second. I'm so sorry to take your butt. No, get out. Oh,
Ma'am, what's your name?
Sarah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Get out of here. You picked my pantry.
Hello? Hello, ma'am. Do you need a deputy?
No.
Excuse me?
I'm sorry, what you asking?
Do you need a deputy?
No, not necessarily. I'm trying to get my dog. I have a blind dog and a deaf dog. I'm trying to get them in. It's not
Are
fine.
you down to 911?
Yes.
Okay, you don't need a deputy?
Nah,
Me
I reckon it's
here,
gonna be Tuesday.
Take it. That's mine in full voucher. You're in my
At
pantry.
least Monday, probably Tuesday.
And who's this person to you? Hello, ma'am?
Yes. Well, regardless, you're gonna send somebody. So, I'm okay. Regardless. I know how it works. I'm okay.
That does seem. Yeah, it does seem like she's calling 911 for no reason. Do you need a deputy?
Hello?
No, ma'am.
here.
Yes, ma'am.
You call 911. What the hell?
Okay. Yeah, so. What do you want me to do? Put it back. Okay, you're just somebody you're over, so, like, do what it's gonna do.
All right, have a good day.
Okay,
Publishing the one
bye.
video in this file that starts with file name Axon.
Okay, thanks, bye. Do you reckon, like, they draw marbles or something as to who's going to go down there? Like, are you going to go down to Sarah's house? No, I went down last time. I'll buy everyone donuts if you'll go. I hate that bitch. We all hate her. And went last time.
What's up, bro? It is.
Send the new guy.
So what happened? What's going on now? Did this just happen?
What? No.
I said earlier.
Oh, no, Ryan moved in, we dropped it.
So who called? So what's happening?
They're asking, not me.
You speak to him, I'll speak to you in Twitter.
Okay. Oh, this bit!
So you can get some calls for a reason, right?
Only 24 hours. Okay.
Yeah, but you realize it's here, right? Have you been drinking?
I had a drink.
Okay.
It's raining.
I did drink. Look, don't you know,
Okay, well.
Did the experts get to see any of this? They didn't, hey. Feeling cute when I call 911 later. And I wonder whether it would have made any difference.
Oh, you come back, sorry. It's just pretty much, okay.
Whatever you want.
What's that?
Hey, but I'm literally begging you, don't.
But you know he's gonna have to. Shit.
Last week, we got into I guess a physical or whatever, I don't know. I got taken out of here without no shirt and no shoes or whatever.
And then you went to the judge, right?
Yes.
And what did he say?
The judge was like,
Was that female or male? Female? Okay. What, you know what she said?
he was bad.
Yes. I had her say, you get like local program. I never heard of it. No, this is a thin blue line, basically.
I did not get it at all.
Did you get any form of paperwork?
I got paperwork, but I didn't get
What was that paperwork for?
paperwork was,
What does it say?
no.
With who? With who?
With her, but she never said anything like that. It was just the judge that put it.
The judge is on the matters, right?
Is it?
Is she? Who's no, she's above us.
Is she above her?
She's the judge, she's the law. Okay?
You guys don't report me in. I have no.
Is my other guy here? Okay, so here's the deal, man. Your paperwork says that you can't have any contact whatsoever with her, okay? And if you do, it's a new charge, okay? So, have you been, has she been drinking today? Have you been drinking? Okay, how long have you been here since?
I'm gonna be honest.
Who can't he have contact with?
You guys came here. She called me.
Me up, because we went to your work of appointment. And they told, and they told us that you just left. Yep, and we knew that, she called you. We knew that. We knew she called.
Oh, it's just, she called me and said,
Yep.
birthday coming.
Is he supposed to not have
Okay, so
contact
you're
with
down, right?
her?
Okay, stand up, Brooklyn. You take one last puff.
Please?
Yeah, one last
What's he
puff.
doing there then?
Just put it out real quick. Alright, take one more.
Wait, no, what?
Better make sure.
Relax. Okay?
Right, you promised.
Sarah told him to come over. Well, he shouldn't have come over.
I didn't call.
I didn't say you called.
Yeah, you're right. What do you know me?
But did you call him earlier? But you just told us. And we know the source.
I agree, Marsha, but also he's an adult.
Wait, is there anything that he can do?
You're good. You stay right there.
No, is there anything that he cannot?
No, man, you know he has no contact order by the judge. He can't be here.
Okay.
Yeah, but
You need her for anything?
He's
No,
extremely low
we don't. We have
IQ. Do we know that, Dirk?
so here's what's gonna happen, bud. You're gonna take the ride back down, and because it's almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you're gonna see a judge tomorrow morning. We'll see you today. It might be the same judge that gave you no contact order. Okay? That's it. From here on out, but until that case is resolved, you cannot come here. Okay? We'll have contact with her. We're gonna she invites you. Okay? She called us earlier. Told us you guys had no contact order. Okay? She don't want anything. Charge nothing. So we told her because it's domestic. Send us over to ask you. Okay? So, alright, but just make sure you got nothing on him. Hey, you have anything on you, right, bud? We'll make that as cordial as can be. Okay? We promise, man, alright? What is that?
I love you, babe.
Sarah.
Call Papa Tom. Tell him that I'm...
This bit. Sarah.
Sarah. Call Papa Tom.
Now she's gonna rescue him.
No.
It's all right, babe. George, give me your mom to your father.
It's all right, babe. What?
So, the domestic battery charge that you got hit with last week or whatever it was, he was given a no contact order by the judge. Okay, whether she invites him or not, he knows he can't be here. So he was here this morning, and she called us this morning, okay?
Who's this dude?
He's now back. And he knows by the he can't get Yeah, he's the one who gets in. Well, you got a piece of paper real quick, you can get it for me, we'll give it to him.
You know your mother's phone? She had.
If you can get it real quick, we'll give it to him.
You're not getting involved with somebody.
Don't get involved, mate. You're gonna get arrested too.
Make sure that.
It is Florida. Might get tased.
Publishing from folder OCSO 19-078009.
Don't think
First item
so.
is a PDF
Young.
of photographs.
Didn't really look like him. It's in a PDF. We will accept it. Blue guy is from the apartment complex. Yeah, it didn't look like Abraham though. What is it? What are we looking at? Exactly, okay. Something on the face. Okay. Could turn around.
Second item is the single video starting with Axon.
Okay, how hard is it to get them all flipped around the right way? She should write a letter to the appeals court. Give it time. I guarantee we haven't heard the last of her yet.
Yeah, I thought you looked familiar.
Because the last time I was here, you guys had a fight at the bar. And you
No.
home like that.
No, we
Or he came home from the bar. Someone came home from the bar. Hey, who's that?
Hey,
George?
Yeah, what's up with one?
George. It's George.
She's dead. Can you just interrupt me? No problem.
Come outside.
You didn't think I'd call?
You can go upstairs. Okay, come on, George. Off couch.
No, they're not staying on there.
Okay. And then you think this is playtime?
No.
They're ready to take that.
Sarah, are you serious?
Yeah, someone's being punched in the neck.
Just said, no way, Jose.
Told you I will not hesitate.
No, my name's Juan, and you're going in the wrong direction.
Oh, he's nice enough to actually take your shoes from last time.
Ma'am, you want the charger for me?
Did you have one of those walls on ring with you or something? Alright.
Sarah, are you serious? Sarah, are you serious? Punch me in the neck again. Sarah, are you serious? Am I allowed to shut my door?
Thank you, Chloe Albert's Revenge, for the super chat, $4.99. Before hide and seek, their fave game was Whitney and Bobby. Oh my god, I could see that. Thank you for your support, Chloe. Love having you here. Love having you here.
Yeah, you can. I'll be right back with you. We're gonna go toss down here. Can you grab the paperwork?
Yeah.
I'm sure you don't want me to watch it? You can, come on. That works too.
She's the one that hit me, and I'm the one that gets locked up.
Well, let's just get down to the bottom of it, okay?
Alright. George, I want to talk to you. I want to ask some questions. I have your hands up, so I've got to read you something real quick, okay? Do you understand?
Yes.
Alright. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say will be used in a court as evidence against you. You are entitled to talk to an attorney now, have him present now, or at any time during questioning. If you cannot afford an attorney, won't be appointed for you without cost. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? Let me check. At any point hereafter you wish to remain silent, have an attorney present, all questioning will stop. Do you understand that? So even if you want to talk to me at first and you change your mind, just let me know. Okay? Alright. Has anyone at any time threatened, coerced, or promised you anything in order to induce you to make a statement? Have I promised you anything?
That is what you call a high-vis t-shirt.
Have I bribed you? Have I said, hey, if you tell me, give me a statement? Does any of that happen? No. Okay. Do you understand these rights as I've read them to you? Alright. So,
Sure.
what were you two fighting about tonight?
We weren't fighting.
But it won't be for tomorrow.
Okay.
It'll be for
What are you fighting
Sunday.
I'm going to take that in there for that. Huh? I'll take the statement and get the statement done.
Oh, with him?
Huh?
For him?
No, for her. That way you can sort this out with your control with him.
Sarah.
I'll get her information from her.
Sarah.
Okay, listen. So why is he still working there? What up? Okay, can you explain the bruises she has? Those don't come from nowhere.
Feels on fire today. Playing Pac-Man. Hang on. I might have sounds for that. What is going on? Come on, let's go forward. Skip, skip. Scroll, scroll, scroll.
Today, 6 complainant, 3028 Riverdale, 302 Riverdale, an hour ago, via text message to 322.
When I try to get the straight story, you don't want to give it to me. I'm sitting in this chair, please. You have to stand. I've tried. And now that you're going in the back of the car, you want to give me a story. It doesn't work that way. I do nothing but polite to you, trying to talk to you, trying to get straight answers, and you're beating around the bush. I'm not. Yes, ma'am. Do not start bitching and banging on things, okay? Sorry, what's your phone number? What? What's your phone number? I don't know your phone number. Sarah, what's your phone number? It's not him asking, it's us. You said, hey, what? Thank you.
Is anything going to happen here, guys, for a bit or not? Tell me.
Can you guys not put on mute, please? Okay. Please.
Ah, right, that's you. Okay.
Bit folder OCSO 19-079759. First file is a PDF starting 48-2019.
Bloody ear. Pretty. Gorgeous.
Second file is an audio file, 911 call, publishing.
It's not technically an emergency, just, you've been there so many times before.
It's not an emergency, it means you
I'm
don't
not
call
there.
911.
But I'm just trying to go home. What is the address? 4748 Branch Court. What was the street name? Branch Court? Branch. F as in Frank, R-A-N-T-Z as in zebra. Oh, is it France? I don't know if it's there or not. I'm sorry? Ma'am, is it France Lane? I'm guessing so. It's Branch Court, but it's because of the France Lane. Okay, what exactly is going on? I would like to go home, but I can't go home because he's there. Okay, do you have to put a restraining order against him, or? He has a no contact. Is there an apartment number? 3. 1 second. I'm at my former husband's house right now because I can't go home. I don't even know if he's there or not. He was there earlier, but I can't go home.
You just said he was there.
Okay, so do you want us to do a standby with you? What do you mean? Like, escort you to the residence, or I'm not understanding what you mean, like. If I could, please, can you guys go over there and just see if he's there? I'm pretty sure he locked me out earlier, so I think he's probably there still. I'm not going over there with him. I'm not. Okay, does he live there? No. Okay, so how is he inside the residence then? He has a key that he took. Okay, so is he breaking into the apartment? He's not breaking, he's already in the apartment. As far as I know, I don't know, like, if he's there or not. He knows where I hide my keys. Okay, what we can do is we can meet you a block away from the residence and go with you to the residence. I don't know.
Well, he has a lot
I
of
tried
no
calling him to
contact.
ask him to leave if he's not already. So I have my 8-year-old that I'm trying to watch out for right now. So I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to be doing. I just want to go home. Okay, if you want to go home and you're not sure if he's there or not, we can meet you when you're about 5 minutes to a block away and go with you to make sure he's not there. Okay, well, okay. I'm about to be honest with you, kicked out of my apartment because you guys get calls so often, and like the brigade comes and this, that, and everything, and like the neighbors complaining about everything. I'm trying to avoid that. I just want to go home. Okay, regardless, the deputies are going to go to the apartment, whether it's with you, what I'm suggesting you do, or it's what you want to do. Just have them go to the apartment. So regardless, people are going to see other deputies going to that address. Okay, so when I called you guys like a couple of days ago, and they didn't make like, not a ruckus, but like they made it like incognito, which is what I need, because I'm going to get kicked out of my place. Okay, when we do a standby, ma'am, all we're going to do is accompany you to the address and the deputy to make sure that he is not there, and then they will leave. If that's all that's going on in this situation right now that you're calling for, it's not going to be like a big deal. And what happens when he is there? If he is there and you don't want him there, you can have him trespass. They're going to make sure he can leave. I mean, if he does not live there like you're saying, and he should not be in there, you can trespass him. You already have a no contact order with him. They will remove him. Okay, well, there was an altercation earlier, and I'll be honest with you. There was an altercation earlier. So that's when he came in, the altercation happened. So that's when I left. I fled. Barefoot. Now I'm at my former husband's house. Okay, would you like the officers to meet you where you're at right now? I don't want to get arrested. I don't, because I fought for myself, and I have my 8-year-old, and I just want to go home and sleep in my own bed right now. But I did fight back. I'm not going to lie. So. Okay, well, I mean, if you're wanting us to meet with you or go to your house, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. They're either going to arrest anyone, arrest you, arrest him. That's all up to the deputy and what he concludes from the situation that's going on. So it's right now it's just up to what you want to do right now. If you want to do a stand time, we'll accompany you to the residence. I mean, it's really just what you want to do. I know. I have to see what's going to go tomorrow. Or what I could do is I can have the deputy call you about the matter. If you want to speak to a deputy directly, and if you want to do that first before having us respond out there. Yes, please. Okay. What's your name? Sarah. Sarah. One second, Sarah. Thank you for your help. Actually, more ways than one. And is a good phone number for you 407-716-8684? Yes, ma'am. Okay. I'm going to set up a call for a deputy to call you over the phone, so you can talk to them directly and see what they say about the situation. And when they call you, it'll be from a blocked or restricted number. So if you get a call like that, just make sure you answer. It's going to be the deputy, okay? Yes, ma'am. All right. If anything changes or you decide you just want us to come out and give us a call back, okay? Yes. What was your name? My name's Rachel. Rachel, thank you so much for your help, and I've got the phone right here on the line. Okay, perfect. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye.
Publishing the one video in the folder, starting with 1924, from 0 minutes to 20 minutes, 41:30 to the end.
Is this the last one, guys? What's going on? Is like, what, is there one where he cries? Is that what I heard? Oh, it's not the last. Whoa. Worse? If I want to see the bad ones, fast forward. Really?
Yeah, both, please. Is there a back door or side door?
Yes.
No.
Do you want to tap out now? Well, thought that was open for a second.
Fast forward to the video Sarah takes of George. Alright, you show me. Tell me when I'm, like, close. Sarah takes of George.
124, Charlie.
No, I know that. I didn't know that. We had a discussion, and as usual, and I am in the wrong.
God, he's small.
What? I am with,
Holy moly!
the, what is it called? It's called,
This is the same video? Alright.
No.
He's really little. Everyone wants to see what I do when I see this. Okay. Not that one.
This black shirt? Yes.
I'll come back and watch this later. Alright. Alright. Is it next, is it?
Jury, thank you. Are you okay with staying until 5:30, or do you want to go ahead and call it at 5:03, exactly? You may just read that the
labeled extraction, going into folder attachments.
Hey, sexy. Oh, here we go. Is this it?
Boom. Publish is
Is this it?
img_0665.mov. Date modified metadata indicates 12/3/2019, 2:05 p.m.
Whenever we leave the house, just let me know where you're going.
And you're gonna let me leave?
Yes. Just let me know where you're going.
And I get to leave the house?
Yes.
Exit?
Just let me know where you're going, so at least I know where you're at.
Anything else you'd like to add?
I love you.
So it's not yank me back in the house and sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up?
No.
Yeek.
No. Just let me know where you're going, so I know.
Is
where
this
you're at.
normal speed? It's only a little bit up.
So if you don't come back, there's no certain time. You don't have to come home at a certain time, because I'm not. You're grown up. I just want to know that if it does surpass a certain time, that's like shit. Where's she at? I know where you told me you were going to be at. So that way I can go.
So I'm not allowed to have friends?
Yes. Nobody said you can't have friends.
I just go see Boo.
You can go see whoever. I just don't want you to go frolicking with male friends by yourself, because you know what's happened already. You understand what I'm saying?
So I get to go see Boo.
Do you get what I'm saying?
I get to go see Boo.
I don't care about Boo. You can go to see Boo. Do you understand what I'm saying though?
Thank you for the super chat, Dali. I'll be fine, thank you.
Next video is a long file name that starts with 2A494, and it's the only one that will show up with that search.
Oh, it's a long file
Date
name.
modified indicates 12/29/19.
Too long for you to say. I bet Dali could.
PM.
You think she cheated? With who?
Hi. Fuck you.
What are you talking about?
Let's just tell everybody you got crumpled on the bed.
Crumpled? Crumpled. The word you're using is crumpled? Alright. Alright, so this is my mom. Sheesh, you gotta put it all over my face, dude. I know you're filming me, but you gotta put it all. What the fuck is that? Stop.
Bum rushed.
Yeah, you're bumming.
I bum rushed you.
Yeah, whatever. Anyways.
What was the choice?
So, the choice was to beat your ass or get my ass beat or whatever.
No.
Huh?
Twas.
Huh?
Twas.
Twat?
Twas.
I like twat. I've been trying to get twat from this woman. I've been trying to. Hurting me. This woman. I've been trying to get some of that right there. She found some other shit.
Okay, so he's showing her a woman?
What's going on? She's trying to film me, filming her, and blah, blah, blah.
She tried to film me filming her.
No, yeah, you are. You are cool with me. You are cool with me. She is cool with me. She is.
He's filming.
Beyond
Okay.
cool
He's
with
filming her, filming him. Great. Brilliant. Actual idiots.
Oh, I want to get this on film tape. Did I take you serious tonight?
No.
Did I take you serious at the beach?
No.
Then who was my mom?
You. I blame it on you. Sorry. I apologize. Can I walk around this way and actually film it better?
Oh, what better?
I don't want darkness because you're not dark.
Ugh.
Ooh, there she goes. There she goes.
I'm not into manlet prawn.
What are you filming? You filming me filming you?
Yes.
You filming me filming you?
Only manlets.
What's the latest thing you've done me wrong by?
Man, I watched porno. Hey. Wait. It stopped.
My husband.
What's up? I was watching porno with my she don't like that. I'm not shrugging my shoulders or anything like that. Like it's not no big deal.
After you begged and pled and cried.
Yeah.
We trust you.
I know. I'm not shrugging my
Say it. Begged, pled, cried.
You begged.
I didn't. You did.
Well, whatever. I know. Okay, yeah, I did.
Say it.
I begged and
Pled and cried. For me to trust you.
For you to trust me. But again, I'm not
Did
sure.
you?
Did I watch porno again? Yes, I did. But
Good.
Yeah, I'm confused.
Next is a video starting with 3BB0C. Metadata shows date modified 12/29, 12:36 p.m. of 2019.
He's in trouble for watching porn. Yeah, I get
remember
that.
this. So you remember this? Are you drunk right now? How much alcohol did you drink?
enough to be drunk.
You're slurring your words. You're sleeping up against the door right now.
Yeah, because I want to be next to you.
Did I not tell you to not bother me?
Yes, ma'am.
So what is it you come up and do? What time is it right now? It's 1:20 a.m.
Okay. I haven't bothered you since then. I just go to sleep.
But didn't I tell you before at 9:30 to not bother me at all?
Yes.
Because why?
Yeah, tomorrow.
No. Because I've been up since 4 a.m. since yesterday when you fucked with me.
Yes, ma'am.
I know how much vodka was in that bottle. And what's the bottle now?
Yep.
Kind of to
Was he sleeping?
What does that mean?
One more drink.
The bottle's empty. I know how much vodka was in there. Enough for two people to have a really good time.
Oh.
And you drank it.
He drank all of it. That's what the problem is.
I want it to be documented that I'm leaving you, which means that you're getting out. You're getting out. You're getting out.
Nobody's leaving nobody. Stop.
And the reason why you were even downstairs and weak enough to get drunk was because you don't give a shit about me. You don't listen to what I say. Special things that I keep on my front page of my phone so I remember to tell you about it because of how special and fun it is.
I always bother you. I always bore you. You don't listen to me. Yesterday was my first day at work, remember? And I ended up 90% hearing about your day and 10% about mine.
Sometimes you just you overwhelm me.
Really?
You overwhelm me.
She does do
I
that.
tell you about my first day at work.
No, dude, you just overwhelm me.
I don't know where she was working.
First day of work.
So I'm overwhelming you by telling you about the fourth highest paid baseball player. That's a client of ours.
I'm not starstruck.
I don't even know who the guy is.
I don't need.
So the reason why, so you fully admit now that you didn't care and you did brush me off in the car, midway sentence, because you're not into baseball.
No, I didn't do that. Same.
I want to go to sleep. Go downstairs.
Okay, yeah. I am.
I'm leaving you, and I'm going to try and cancel plane tickets.
No.
Because I don't need special things for people like you that are doing this, like, to me, after I asked you at 1:21 in the morning.
I'm not doing it.
I wanted to be asleep. I wanted to stay asleep, which is why I got into bed at 8:30.
I know, I'm not doing it.
I told you not to step foot in the bedroom. So what do? Nonetheless, you're drunk.
I am
The
not.
amount of alcohol, I know how much was alcohol. I know how much was in it.
I am not drunk.
That's why I could smell you in the bed before you actually got me up. I can smell you from here.
Stinky, stinky. Little winky.
You're despicable.
How am I despicable? I'm not even doing anything.
Leave me alone.
Okay.
You're not gonna remember shit. Okay,
Yeah, okay. Well, I'm not doing nothing right now.
get away from me. Get away from me.
Oh, he kind of is. Like he's over there.
I'm not doing nothing to you.
You do everything to me all the time. All the time. Heartache and pain is what you cause me. Heartache and pain.
How is that?
Keep going. And I dare you. I dare you. I dare you. You get on your fucking little bike and go to fucking work tomorrow. Don't look at me. Don't come close to me. Don't touch me. Do you understand?
What do you mean?
Oh, she mad.
As of this moment, and until I can get you out, get the
Fuck out of
You're
here.
I dare you. Yep, look at it. Look, get away from me. Get away from me. Get away from me. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I'm gonna scream bloody murder. I will scream bloody murder. Get away from me. I'm
Dude, nobody's doing anything.
gonna fucking hurt you.
Nobody's doing anything. And you're filming it.
Let me go.
Nobody's doing anything.
I'm asking you, George, to get away from me. Please get away from me.
Okay.
Get away from me.
Yeah, I am. That was your function, dude. Malfunction. No, your malfunction is you, dude.
Okay, whatever you say. Whatever you say.
She's gonna scream bloody murder is what she said.
Holy shit, the whole hallway just reeks of you up here. First it's shit, now it's alcohol.
Yeah, right, Gus. And how are you, mate?
Don't step foot in this bedroom.
Good to see you.
I can't even breathe. Like, it's disgusting. Like, it's disgusting.
Keep filming when it's looking like. Good night, Sarah. Love you.
I don't love you. I don't like you. I don't want to be with you.
No, don't give up so easily.
Next video starts 456. That's the only file that starts with that. Date modified metadata, 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m.
And I'm not gonna have no Hindenburg situation, no Titanic situation, okay? So it's gonna be a good day. Yes, I'm missing my mustache right now. And later on, everything's gonna go off. Truth, facts. Truth and facts. All of this is gonna be missing later on. We'll take another video again later on when it happens. Love y'all, whoever watches this video.
No, that's not approved.
The FDA says it's
Nice
approved.
mustache.
So it's gonna be a good day all day.
Yes, it is. Even when
All
I
day.
shave all of this
All
off.
day.
Yes, even when I shave all of this off.
All day.
It's gonna be an amazing day.
It's what time right now?
Shaboing boing.
9:30. 7 o'clock maybe.
Shaboing boing. That's what
I'm
we
sure it's all
want.
going to turn around in a minute, guys. It'll be fine.
You can stop filming now.
It's not good enough.
It's gonna be a great day. Today's a great day to have a great day.
Great day.
Good. Cut. Somebody come in with a. Somebody come in with a. Can you not?
Next file is image_093.mov. Metadata date modified 1/3/2020, 2:48 p.m.
It's 6:13 and I'm not playing with it.
Now what's
If I
happening?
go in, then I'm just gonna go to shit.
Yeah, does George own a shirt? What was that? What was the point of that?
Next file is img_0975.mov. Metadata shows date modified January 19th, 2020, 2:58 p.m.
The time?
Yeah, finally outside smoking.
Sirens. 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 Sirens and sirens and
Oh,
sirens.
that's right.
And this cop car.
How about you get an umbrella and call me Camille underneath it?
You know, how about we forget about that? No, we won't.
I'll never be.
It does.
How about we keep going on? Okay, how about this? When beautiful Lucas is here, we don't listen to none of that. I don't want to hear sirens. It's just beep, 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 all that, like, whatever. I want to listen to that. It's every single day. Beeping and we hear enough of it out here in reality.
Are you gonna be nice tonight?
Yes. Yes. I promise you, I used to just
Go for a walk.
by myself.
Yes.
No.
Go for a walk.
No, I'm just gonna chill out. If that's the case, I'll just chill out. So much, like,
Don't ever be a woman.
Huh?
how can I be a woman?
Don't ever.
I can't. But I can, some will understand.
Don't ever.
I can somewhat understand.
Don't be a
Somewhat
woman?
understand. I can somewhat understand, yes, where you're coming from.
Well, that's nice of him.
But when you have a child, and it's like right now, this is too much.
No,
But
he
we
said
had
don't
a
ever
black
be a
one.
woman.
Amazing.
She said don't ever be a woman, and then he said how can I be a woman? And then he said, okay, I can kind of understand where you're coming from. I'm sure she didn't say hit. Yeah, she didn't say hit. She said don't ever be a woman. How can I be a woman? And I understand where you're coming from. Sure, that's what he said.
Then you got out of sorts and pushed me, and he stole my phone and called Brian.
Why is it it that I got out of sorts?
You pushed me.
I pushed you. I didn't push you. How do I get out of sorts all of a sudden? I don't want to hear it.
You drink too much and you're upset.
Drink too much.
Go get your fucktard shit.
What are you talking about?
Your retard paper. Don't hit women.
Have I hit you? No. Hey, where are you going with this?
I'm turning this off.
Tell me whatever else you have off. I get it. You can film me, take a picture, or whatever you want.
You can tell you're on my phone.
I'm not doing
Do I forget a bag? No, I don't.
I'm not doing anything to you.
No, I never do.
I'm not doing anything to you, Sarah.
That's my name. Don't wear it out.
Sarita. I'm not doing anything to you.
Yes.
It's not a yet. I will not.
That's my name, don't wear it out.
Okay. It is 5:28 and we have 3
Not
minutes and
intentional
49
to
seconds
fall
of videos.
asleep, I swear.
Jury's capable of staying.
I got a thumbs up from the jury. You may proceed, sir.
Sarah.
Next image, our movie is img_1011.move. Metadata shows date modified 2/2/2020, 11:42 p.m.
I understand. This is what happens. I'm going upstairs to ask for my car keys, are Guess it takes a little time. Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys? Where are my car keys?
Where are you always at? What are you talking
No, they're not. You took them.
Sarah, I didn't take your car keys.
Where are my car keys?
Where they at? All the time. What in the world are you talking about? They're in the. They're there with it.
No, they're not.
Sarah. They're at the.
No, they're not. You took them. I watched you walk away with them.
Why would I take your freaking car keys?
Oh, you're not gonna curse now?
What are you talking about?
You took my car keys.
I didn't take your car keys.
You did.
Check the bushes, right? Let's go!
Movie starting with file name B51, long file name. Metadata shows 12/29/2019, 4:04 p.m. modified.
I'm gonna go to court and I'm gonna tell the judge, listen, my fiance has nothing to do with it.
Beyonce.
It's all my fault. We were both drinking and got out of hand. Isolated situation has never happened before. I love my fiance. She's a good woman. Never been in trouble in her life. She has a 7-year-old son that she loves and cherishes.
A blind Boston Terrier.
She has 2 dogs. One is blind, one is deaf. She goes around and she's driving and sees an animal that's injured. She'll stop in the middle of the street, no matter what kind of traffic it is, just to make sure that that animal doesn't get injured any more than where it already has. We both love each other. We both live together. Yes, every relationship has their arguments, but we are not the type of people that you guys are portraying us to be.
She especially.
Especially her. So please, if you can,
Dismiss.
dismiss this case.
Close.
Drop it. She is not the type of person.
Good person.
She's a great person.
Angel.
I know she'd be an angel. She's close to it.
Best thing that had ever happened to you.
Yes, ma'am. And I love you to death. And I hate that we're going through this.
Sonnet.
What?
And it did.
Good, I love you.
Dolly's on fire in
God will
chat.
prevail, and it will take us out of this situation. Love you.
That don't be a
I look
physician.
so evil here laughing at this shit. Natalia is on fire.
Members of the jury, it is 5:33 p.m. I thank you again for your time and your service in this matter. I'm going to give you another instruction before I discharge you for the evening. Jurors, you must not conduct any investigation on your own. This includes reading newspapers, watching television, or using a computer, cell phone, the internet, any electronic device, or any other means at all to get
Never
information
said she was
related to this case
innocent.
or the people and
Stop
places
it.
involved in this case. This applies whether you are in the courthouse, at home, or anywhere else. You must not visit places mentioned in the trial or use the internet to look at maps or pictures to see.
Yeah, okay. Right, I said she was innocent till proven guilty, and prove it to me, guys. Prove it. State, prove it. I still want to see the rest. And I don't think that any of this is as relevant as the moment itself. And I tend to think the moment itself was... I still think it's an accident. I think that she was very reckless, though, and mean in that moment. And whether or not that adds up to murder too, I'm not sure. I'd need to see the jury instructions. I'd need to see what constitutes murder too. So, yeah, I think she was mean and reckless and a right old bitch in that moment. But I still don't think she meant for him to die. I didn't think she thought he was going to die that night. So all this stuff surrounding it, it's cool to have it as a reference. The whole battered spouse thing, I think, is not a load of... I won't say it's a load of BS. The idea of battered spouse, I don't think that's a load of BS. But I think it's a distraction to this. I don't buy the self-defense thing at all. I just think it was an accident. But I think it was an accident that was under... It happened under a circumstance of her being quite nasty and negligent and reckless. So does that make murder too? Maybe. Maybe. Excited utterance, but for someone who's so savvy with a camera, she never managed to capture one beating or the prelude to one. What does that have to do with whether or not it was an accident that night? Yeah, I think it was an accident too. I don't think battered spouse defense flies anymore. No, I never really thought it would. I never really thought it would. It was an alcohol-induced accident, yeah. It's pretty much what I always thought it was. And whether or not that amounts to murder, second-degree murder, comes down to the jury instructions and the legal definition of second-degree murder in Florida. So I'm just not sure yet, guys. Just not sure. And I don't see things as black and white as that, Maddie B. I don't see people as good and evil. I see people as having evil traits and nasty traits, and people as having good traits. And I think people are more nuanced than that. So does that answer your question? I believe it was an accident, but I'm just saying she claims he was so terrible. Yeah, sure. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And narcissistic traits. Yes, narcissistic traits indeed, but not a narcissist. Still with the narcissistic traits, though. Now, let me see. Start. Oh, fresh. Okay, we are going to show this tab instead. Let's get going, guys. You've hung out to the end. We are going to move this thing along. We're moving this thing along. Narcissistic traits. Depraved heart is what turns from manslaughter to M2. That's the pressure point. Yeah, and so therefore that might be the case. that might be the case. She may qualify for murder too with the depraved heart. As I said, I think she was clearly angry at him. She wanted him to suffer. And yeah, there was some kind of vengeance there. So yeah, that might tick the boxes for murder too then, if that's the case, Old Line Red. In which case I would be convinced by the state's evidence. See, that's what it takes. That's what it takes to get me over the line. And I believe that's what it should take for more people to actually look at what it is that is required to get to that point of believing beyond reasonable doubt that that person has met the burden of the state's charge, or the state has met the burden of the charge that they've put forth for that that defendant at that time. So really, sometimes people just get overcharged, and it's not that they're not guilty, they're just not guilty of that thing. And that bugs me, because then it's kind of like, well, I'm standing up for this person, but I'm standing up for them just being charged with the wrong thing. So judge has scheduled what date originally for the jury selection? 1, October 7, 2, October 5, 3, October 4, and 4, October 15. Put your answers in chat, guys. Put your answers in chat. Judge had scheduled what date originally for jury selection? 1, October 7, 2, October 5, 3, October 4, or 4, October 15. And around then,
Sarah Boone needed a lawyer.
Oh yeah, sure did. Sure did. Let's go, everybody. Oh wow, how did you all get back? Dear me. So Maddie B come first, and then Masha, and then Half Irish, then Old Line Red, then Bob, and then Beautiful, and then someone else. Well, didn't think that was that easy. That's how long we've been waiting for this. Originally, well, okay, yeah, not originally, because it wasn't even the same judge back then. Oh dear. Okay, Dr. Werner evaluated Sarah how many days before her deposition? 1, 2 days, 2, the same day, 3, 5 days, or 4, 1 day. Dr. Werner evaluated Sarah how many days before her deposition? 1, 2 days, 2, the same day, 3, 5 days, or 4, 1 day. Put your answers in chat. Ooh, wrong one. Is that annoying? How about this one?
In the land down under, where kangaroos roam, there's a lady named Hell.
Come on, hurry up. Is it going to do it? Oh, yes. Oh, sorry, Maddie B, but it was 2 days. And Gus got it right, and then Masha, and then Beautiful, and then Half Irish, then Old Line Red, and then Bob, and then somebody else. Oh, sorry, Maddie B. You were almost there. Almost there. Let's keep going with that song. Where's that song gone? The land down under.
With a heart of gold. She's a heart.
All right. Dr. Harper did not diagnose Sarah with what? 1, generalized anxiety disorder. 2, battered spouse syndrome. 3, alcohol use disorder. Or 4, adjustment disorder. Dr. Harper did not diagnose Sarah with what? 1, generalized anxiety disorder. 2, battered spouse syndrome. 3, alcohol use disorder. Or 4, adjustment disorder. I think I've got the wrong doctor name is Dr. Warner. Sorry. Did not. Yes, I've clearly got the wrong doctor name. It's Dr. Warner. I'm sorry. Dear, my brain's so frazzled. But you guys all knew what I meant. Bad question. Yeah, I know. Actual idiots. From actual idiots. Oh dear. She did not diagnose Sarah with adjustment disorder, guys. Guys. She did. Yes, she got generalized anxiety disorder, not adjustment disorder. Why does everyone think it's the other way around? It was she did say generalized anxiety disorder, not adjustment disorder. I checked. Why is everyone? Yes, I am sure about that. 100%. Doesn't matter. Everyone got the same thing, so it's not going to throw things out. Boo! On the third body cam, Sarah said George was mad because she 1, went out with her girlfriend, 2, sold George's trike, 3, got Brian around to fix the TV, or 4, called George's brother. On the third body cam, Sarah said George was mad because she 1, went out with her girlfriend, 2, sold George's trike, 3, got Brian around to fix the TV, or 4, called George's brother. Shit. Well, that's a loud one. Hey! Oh, Half Irish is the only one who got it wrong. Beautiful Waterfall and Old Run Red and Marsha and Bob and Chloe and I don't know who else. Has everyone just stopped playing now because I got like the doctor's name wrong? I'm sorry. The last question's great though. Can we call the Brian fixing TV incident the BJ incident? Above the mirror in Sarah's apartment is a large what? 1, rabbit. 2, jellyfish. 3, flower. Or 4, clown. Above the mirror in Sarah's apartment is a large what? 1, rabbit. 2, jellyfish. 3, flower. Or 4, clown. Oh. This is going to be all over the place. You know, there's certain things that do appear in her apartment over and over again. Just depends how much you were paying attention. Oh, bodies. Suitcases. I should have put suitcases. Oh, it's a rabbit. Marsha got it. Now, I might have thrown you guys off earlier because I did note a jellyfish in the window. There was a jellyfish in the window and there were flowers kind of everywhere. But no, rabbit, there was a giant rabbit on top of one of the mirrors in the apartment. And I mean a big motherfucker. Big mofo, right? And there's also rabbits out the front as well. So there was quite a few rabbits getting around, but this one it was a big one. It was a biggie. Marsha wins again, and then we have Beautiful Waterfall, and then we have Old Line Red, and then Bob Masavo, and then Chloe Abbott's Revenge, and then Half Irish, and then Gus Felix, and then Maddie B. Thank you. You have a link for Sal to wear. Well, that's nice. Oh, George sized. Yeah, no, it was bigger than George. Oh dear. Thank you everybody for being here. I appreciate you all so much. I can't even tell you how much I super duper appreciate you all being here. Marsha, have you got like 3 for you now? 3? Might be 3. Nice job. All right, so what I need to tell you all is this. Yeah. Okay. So I am heading off on a plane in about 6 hours' time with my little girl. And I think from the looks of it, it looks like there's at least a couple hours worth more of testimony. Don't know what you guys think, but I don't think it's going to wrap up immediately tomorrow. Fuck off, Dali. Just stop it. Right? My brain is like too messed up right now to argue with you. You need to stop it. God, you tried. Yeah, in your dreams. Anyway, right. So get some rest. Yeah. So anyway, I won't be streaming tomorrow, I've decided, because I just think that it's really unlikely that it's going to get to a point where it wraps up and then we're into jury deliberations. And even if it did, I couldn't really stream anyway. I was thinking about getting Dali to run it on this channel. I even offered, I was like, come on, like, you just run it on your channel. And obviously he could do that if he wanted to anyway, but he's like, no, it's your baby, la la la. And no, I have a big thing about it. Because he's just been so wonderful and helpful. Thank you so much, Dali. And no, we're not dating. Anyway, but we're a team. Have been a team since we started this. So I've decided that everyone's watching it kind of everywhere else anyway. And I really appreciate you all coming here and watching it on replay. There's a few of you who are watching it for the first time here, but there's obviously Sean and a bunch of other people or places you can watch it if you really can't wait to see the end. But I will play the end. If not Sunday, I will try and play a few hours of it on Sunday, but otherwise definitely Monday. And I'll try and get all of it streamed before the jury comes back with a verdict. So, and I think that's going to be fine. I don't think that the jury's going to be sent out this weekend. I think they'll get sent out on Monday. Even if they do get sent out this weekend, they'll be out for the weekend and they won't be back until my Tuesday. So I've got a fair bit of time up my sleeve because I'm in the future. So that works out well. So all you guys need to do is turn on your notification bells and just keep an eye out. If you're a member, get into our Discord and I'll give you updates, but I'll also put notes up on the community board on this channel as well. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. I really appreciate it. Sal finally found a prisoner. Yes, and Dali, you're going to be doing Wade tomorrow. What time? I expect it's probably 6 p.m. Eastern or so. Yep, so there's going to be a Wade stream. Thank you. I will have fun in Sydney. I'm going to go and watch a K-pop concert. Could you believe it? Yes, I have not been to a boy band concert since I don't even want to tell you. And yeah, I have been to one. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Whenever Wade is free, all day. All right, thank you guys, everybody. Time for me to go. Where's my song?
Her name was Helen. Was an Aussie. She was a fake lawyer from the future. She got on YouTube and made some live streams. The co-host is Donnie and she dances sometimes. The words are always so loud and because she's an 803. To the center, excited utterance. Her cat is staring for